Okay.
False start, 5 yards.
There you go. Good morning. Today is January 31st, 2023. The time is now 9 a.m. I'm Kevin Day, Chair of the Custer County Board of Commissioners, and I will call this meeting of the Commissioners to order here this morning. If you do have your cell phones, please silence them at this time. And if you would join me for the pledge. Brad, would you lead us in that, please? Sure.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. You join me for the invocation. Father, we come to you this morning and we ask that as we come together to take care of the business of the county, that you would be with us here this morning. We ask for your guidance. We ask, Lord, that we would conduct this business wisely and that we just pray that you would guide us and lead us. We ask this in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Amen.
Steve. How are you, sir?
Wait, could we get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Day,
Here.
Commissioner Kanda,
Here.
Commissioner Flower,
Present.
Attorney Clint Smith,
Present.
and Clerk to the Board, Kelly Camper.
Thank you. And audience introductions, please. I guess we'll start here with you, Steve.
Steve Glasswell, Attainable Housing Board.
Bill Christie, Office of Emergency Management.
Lisa Bivens, Finance and Human Resources.
Charles Bogle, Attainable Housing.
Brad Balsley, Custer County Coroner.
Nikita Phillips. Jennifer Crate, admin.
All right, and we've got a couple of people online. If anybody goes to speak later, if you could identify yourself for the record, I would appreciate that. Any amendments to the agenda this morning?
None from me.
I know, sir.
Here. Okay, approval of the minutes for September 6th, September 14th, September 22nd, and September 29th of 2022.
Move we accept September 6th, September 14th, September 22, and September 29th minutes.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor to approve the minutes from September 6th, 14th, 22nd, and 29th. Any discussion on that, gentlemen?
No, I went through them this morning. They look good.
She's catching up. We're only a year, no, we're not a year behind.
Okay, we'll strike that from the.
Yeah, looking good.
All right, those in favor of approving the minutes from September 6th, 14th, 22nd, and 29th signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Commissioner items, Commissioner Kanda.
There's a couple things as well. We've got 2 reimbursements coming from the airport grants, $25,000 and $225,000 for the top coat on the runway and the engineering that was done. So we're expecting those checks. And Jennifer, I'll send you a copy as soon as I get it, notice, and then we'll keep the record. Crack seal's coming up in the spring, so we're working, trying to get that done and the bids in on it before March, because March is when they can start laying it down, and it's cheaper then because they want to line out their equipment, and they'll give us a better deal, and they can wring things out on the taxiways with a little extra juice. It works out better. Also, we've got another grant that they are we've been lucky enough to get from them for expansion of the fuel farm, we call it Jet A tank. Is going to be the next project, and it's being engineered now. And then the rest we've got stuff with good agenda today, so I'm ready to hit it and roll. Let's go. Break huddle.
Bill, were those two grants, they were 125, and what was the other one?
One was 25K plus, and then I'll give you the exact numbers, but 224
Yeah,
was the
and
other.
so when Virginia gets.
Yeah, I'll let her know.
224.
224 with some change.
Okay.
But they're already paid and it will be reimbursed.
They submitted the reimbursement request.
I do.
Cool.
So it'll be coming. I worked it with Caitlin and everything's good.
All right. Commissioner Flower.
Thank you, sir. I'll hit the highlights of my calendar. Obviously, we haven't met formally since the 10th, so January 11th, we did have our county manager BOCC workshop. Of course, in attendance to that. On the 12th, I attended the Custer County Recycles Board meeting. Also went to the Kids Council meeting up at the school. On the 12th, I had taken on that point of contact responsibility, so I will be attending those meetings. Weed board met, I sat in on that meeting, also attended Region 15 opioid meeting by Zoom. We have selected a contractor to do the marketing for all the messaging for anti-stigma campaign for opioid addiction. And well, it's really for substance use disorders, it's really not specifically just for opioid addiction. And then affordable housing, attainable housing, workforce housing. Mr. Bogle introduced himself as attainable housing, so that's what I'm going with. Listened in on their board meeting on the 17th, and then on the 18th, of course, we all participated in the workshop where we went through the OEM job description. On the 19th, attended the E911 Authority Board meeting, as did all of us. On the 20th, again, we met down at Pathfinder Park in Florence to go over the DA's proposed budget for 2023. I certainly have not gotten anything. I'm assuming
She's coming back, and if she doesn't win.
Right, I suspect she will submit that to our admin assistant, because I asked about her email thing and she said that's what she had. So I'm assuming Jennifer gets that, she will forward those on to us.
What is that? I'm sorry.
DA budget request.
Oh, yeah.
The DA budget, they had been contacting you, and that's going to continue. So
No.
I'm sorry, I saw somebody out of the corner when I walk out of the room. I thought it would be where I looked, but yeah, that's the plan. So she's supposed to be giving us some supporting documentation to justify her budget for 2023. So we'll see how that goes. I also picked up a stock trailer for the recycle center out of the landfill for cardboard collection. That will most likely be placed up at the recycle roundup on Lake Dewey's Road. And then on the 23rd, I traveled to Colorado Springs and attended the Central Front Range Transportation Planning Region meeting. And had a good meeting there. The CDOT looked right at me. The CDOT traffic director looked right at me and he said, and I want to tell the group. And I thought, well, why are you looking at me? And then I knew what he was going to tell the group. Highway 96 East will be started in the spring. I said, okay, now I get why you're looking at me. So,
Which year?
yeah, which year? That's right.
They're still charging the
Valid
contractor thousands a day.
Yeah, he told me they still are, I forget the term of that. They're fining them for every day.
Yeah.
So hopefully they will get that project back up and running in the spring. And then on the 24th, I went up, as did Commissioner Day and Mr. Bogle, and we toured Aiding West Modular Home Manufacturing Plant. It's really modularized. It's not what we would normally consider a modular home, but component housing. Good tour, good business up there. I think they said he had right at 165 employees currently. Big impact on their community for the economics of that, in an effort to consider some options for attainable housing. And then on the 25th, of course, we had our hiring workshop for the Office of Emergency Manager Director. The 27th, last Friday, I attended the first part. Well, I attended the whole thing, but was joined about, I don't know what, halfway through in the afternoon, right? Was when you got on. Kevin and I were on in the afternoon too, and that was the CCI legislative hearing, reviewing the proposed bills or the bills that are going to be presented on the floor at the state legislature. And we specifically looked at the ones that, of course, would impact counties in Colorado.
There's some bad ones.
Yeah, and you know,
Scary.
I didn't attend the one on Thursday, because we had our workshop and meeting in here on Thursday, so I really can't speak to that, but they did not oppose one piece of legislation on Friday. They voted to monitor a couple, but they did not, and to amend a couple bills, but they did not vote to oppose any. Very interesting dynamics. I don't know, you listen to some of that. I mean, obviously it gets political, right? They're trying to soft shoe around the governor's office and not make anybody mad up there. And it just depends on who's speaking, and you can tell, kind of the whole slant of where they're coming from politically. But I was surprised. I know last year we did vote early at that first legislative meeting to oppose a couple of those bills because we just thought they were messed up. And so the general attitude, I think, on Friday was, well, let's see how it goes and let's not raise a red flag because we don't want to offend the governor's office. And
I got out of it.
so,
Don't ruffle any feathers.
yeah, don't want to, that's what they said.
So that they'll
They
work
didn't-
with us later or
Yeah.
something like
Yeah.
that.
So we can modify it later, which
Yeah.
is stupid.
Yeah, so
Going back to the same thing.
anyway,
Let's go look what it is before we can
Yeah.
deal with it.
and then
Policy.
I have submitted one additional DOLA mini grant and probably will submit another one today. I don't know if you want an action item on those for ratification of that or not. I came to the board and got approved
You had the mini
approval
grants.
to
we-
do
we
one,
did.
but I've written two more, or I'm going to write. I've written one more and I'll write the other one this afternoon. The money has been budgeted in both of those departments. They have money for matching. But if you want, I would introduce a motion for.
I thought we
approval
did
on those,
that.
Just on the one.
Hmm.
Yeah, because I wasn't sure how many we were gonna write. The county's eligible for three of
Three
those
of them.
grants, yep. So it's whatever you think,
I
Mr.
move that
Chairman.
we give Commissioner Flower the authorization to move forward with the second two mini grants.
If they're appropriate, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they won't accept them. if
We won't do it
they don't
unless-
fall in the.
Unless you think it'd be, in other words, we're gonna approve the rest of them to be done if
Yeah, and
if
I've already
they're
talked to
gonna
Heather Evans from UCOG and she couldn't approve them, but she said, yes, I'm pretty sure both of those grant requests would fly.
Okay, good.
So,
I'll second.
Any discussion on that?
no, I'll get them written. I mean, I've got the one written and I'll get the other one written and then I'll report next week. The specifics of those when I get them fleshed out, if that's all right.
All right.
Let me say one thing here.
Okay.
Because I should have done it sooner, but yeah, we did approve the new OEM. I just wanted to make that, it was a special meeting we did it in, and so this is the first meeting we've had since, so it's a good thing to make sure the public knows. We do have a new Office of Emergency Management.
But we're in
manager.
debate on whether or not to approve the grants.
Right. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay,
I thought we did vote, just voted.
no,
Sorry.
not yet.
We'll do it in a minute.
Yeah.
Hold that thought.
All right.
15-yard penalty.
So I do have a motion on the floor to authorize Commissioner Flower to move forward on those additional two mini grants Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Now I'll say aye.
I
Aye. Motion carries.
didn't mean to interrupt you, sir.
No, I'm glad you did.
I figured you would probably go, oh, yeah, sorry.
I'll see if Tom's finished.
Yeah,
first, and then
okay,
I'll go
yeah.
back to you,
That's
sir.
fine. I'll be-
Yeah, and that was really all, well, I'm sorry, that's all I had on my calendar, but I do have a couple other things. And you, I think, may have been going this direction, I don't know, but I wondered if we needed to formally adopt both the OEM and the admin assistant's new job descriptions. We discussed them, but we never had a meeting about that. We did not make a decision
You
in
can
the
put it on the
workshops.
agenda for next time.
So
Do that.
it's up to you, sir. Again, I would be okay dealing with that under Commissioner item, but we can put it on an agenda, either one, it's up to you. It would probably show up a little better on an agenda.
Let's do it later.
Action item.
That way people,
instead of-
they wanna hear what it is. They can do
Let's
it.
put it on,
8th is pretty
We have the
weak.
7th and the 8th. The 8th is, they're both looking pretty light right now.
we'll throw it on the 7th.
Okay.
And, I think that's all I have, sir.
Yeah, so along the OEM light.
Thank you.
Robin Knappe, it's spelled it's spelled like it sounds, it's Knappe. Person, she came to us from the state for 10 years at the OEM level, dealing with a lot of emergencies, including the ones you've been hearing a lot of on TV. And prior to that, she 20 years in the Red Cross, so a lot of emergency stuff around the world. She brings that experience plus grant writing. She just told us all about the $2.5 million grant she got for something. And so we're going to see if she can get a few million here. And it will be a benefit because it'll be able to help us in our grant writing areas as well for other departments. So looking forward to having her here. She'll be here on the 13th or 17th.
You know, she starts on the 13th, but she won't be in the office.
She won't be in the
till
office for a while.
Following Monday, because she'll be at OEM.
So she is on the phone numbers now, and wanted to thank Butch Washington for his service. We're gonna have a party for him yet. And we're working up a thank you for him. He left very quickly because he had a great job offer over in Utah and the Moab area of except for he's the fire chief over there. Big deal, good job. Four districts he's got under him. So he's going back and forth right now. He still lives here part-time. And we're gonna build a house over there. So thanks to Butch and welcome to Robin. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up and also for moving forward, putting something together for him as well. I think the first thing I'd like to do would be, I would like to bring an apology for how the meeting went down. Like Commissioner Flower brought up the meeting, we had the workshop the other day. Could have been handled better. And that's on me. So I would like to apologize on that meeting that we had in regards to county manager. I think we started that meeting in the wrong part of the process. And so there needed to be, I think some of us have information that we've discussed things prior to, but that information was not necessarily out there. And I know you've got some stuff you're gonna bring to us. I would like to hear that. And then we may regroup and start the process from the beginning. And but I would like to apologize for that, how that meeting went down. And I would say probably the last 30 minutes of that meeting, when we had that dialogue, that was some pretty productive dialogue, I thought. So I appreciated that. But my apologies for that. That's all on me. Other than things that you gentlemen have brought up, I would bring up a deal at Road and Bridge. Starting tomorrow, as a matter of fact, their new rates will be starting as far as they've already been charging for supplies and things of that nature to other county entities, but they will institute their time rate moving forward, starting February 1st here. And so I just wanted everybody to be aware of that. And I think Jennifer, thank you for sending out that email. She sent out a double email, basically reminding everybody that does have county vehicles and stuff that they do need to be serviced regularly. And that would be scheduled through Road and Bridge. So your regular either 3,000 or 5,000 mile service jobs, anything else needs to go there.
You don't want the
Well-
coroner's pickup dying.
Right.
So, so there was a reminder there, and also a reminder that time rate will kick in, and the sheet with all the rates on it, so everybody's aware of that moving forward. Sir.
I spoke to Vince yesterday, he
Mhm.
called and they have decided and want us to put the information out that they want to do those oil changes every 5,000. I said, no 3,000, he said, no, 5,000.
Okay.
I said, okay, I'll pass that
I
on.
knew they had synthetic oil they were using, so they should be able to go to 5,000.
Yeah, he did say to us on the airport side, that he's gonna send them a schedule to fill out the stock one that they've got, so they got it there, so they see it and they can do things on with those cars that they've got as well.
And then those that aren't driven 5,000 miles would need to be done annually, so hopefully that's yours. But
Yeah.
no promises, right?
He wants yours to get mothballed.
You guys are thinking 22,500 is a little too much.
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, I'm just hoping you don't have to take it out and use it.
I did last week.
I know you did. And then also one more thing in regards to that. Road and Bridge is dropping off of the HUTF off of the county maintenance. They're not vacating, but just dropping off the county maintenance. The last 2.5 miles of County Road 110, that's up past the airport. And so they're dealing with HUTF on that, taking care of that. And that's the only additional stuff that I have for today.
That reminds me, Jordan Benson, school board wise, school wants to start filling their tanks down there, and Vince told me to ask him, they gotta have a meeting so they understand how to use the pump and get a card and do that, so he can order enough fuel.
Yes, that is
And I said they need an IGA between them, and we'll figure out what's the next step. Turn it over to you to
Is
figure
that
it
an
out.
IGA between the county and the school or Road and Bridge and the school?
Road and Bridge in the school.
and that
Or the county, I don't know, it have to, that is to be determined, but they do want to start.
I'm not sure individual departments can enter into IGAs, can they, Clint?
What do we have with the sheriff?
I'm trying to think. Sorry about the laryngitis.
It's better than it was yesterday.
I think it would be better between the two governmental entities,
Right.
since that's what an IGA is all about. So perhaps we should have the school board. I always look for somebody else to do my work for me, have them draw up an IGA.
That was my
Then you
suggestion.
could review it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm making sure.
And I'll
what
take
Road and
credit
Bridge
for it,
come up with.
right.
Right, they can work it. There's George.
I'm not sure Road and Bridge could sign an IGA.
No, but he said he needs something, and then they want to train them on how to do it if we decide to do it.
So if I can, the current plan is to have Vince, Chris, Sherry, Super, the transportation director, one of y'all and me sit down in a workshop, figure out what everybody's needs assessment
Yeah.
is. And then we'll get an MOU.
IGA,
We're just gonna do MOUs with. the-
Intergovernmental agency agreement.
yeah, if it deals with money, it needs
Well,
to be an IGA.
okay.
That's the way I look at the difference between the two. If one deals with contractual agreements, dealing with money, needs to be an idea.
Do we have that with the same fire department?
Well,
Should be the same.
then I'll get with
Sure.
the school lawyers and we'll get that.
Yeah.
Drawn up. And give it to you guys.
And then the one other thing I know we've talked about, and Vince and I have talked about on that as well, would be the added fuel consumption that was not budgeted for, so we'd have to figure something there as far as budgetary wise, I guess.
It's where
Well,
the
that's
school
what we
board
can
comes
look
in.
It would end up being, you know, at the end of the day, it ends up okay, but
We'll get reimbursed for it, but we still gotta buy.
They
it
still
up front.
gotta
we
buy
gotta
it,
buy it
so
up front,
we'll
so
have to
we need to,
front load
we'll
it
need
a
to
little bit.
address that.
Yeah, I've talked to both the super and our business manager that we'll probably in the beginning have to make some fast payments, weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly, whatever you guys find best. To offset what we'll use in the beginning. And then after we get it all leveled out, we'll get to go.
Do you think they can come up with projection of how many gallons they'll use in a year?
Yeah,
That
I
would
have
help.
those numbers.
Then we could figure out.
It's
You know,
less than 8,000 for diesel in a year.
Gallons or.
Yeah,
Yeah,
So
now it goes 858 for unleaded
Arguably.
for the year.
So we could probably have Lisa bill you about twice a week.
Twice a week.
or
Poor
just
Lisa.
really for 1,000 gallons right off that.
Yeah, well, yeah.
See what you got in your bank account.
Yeah.
Whatever the workshop comes up with, that's what we'll go with.
Good.
Yeah. Okay,
Thank you for bringing that up. I didn't write it down, so it didn't exist.
Okay. Why there's a team.
That's it. Anything else on commissioner items?
yes, sir.
We'll take us to attorney items.
Is what I got up this morning to watch.
Well, I talked to Vince Cook yesterday about that road, whether it should be vacated entirely the right of way, or whether just discontinue the maintenance. And I recommended keep it on as a county right of way, because in the future, there probably is gonna be some more development up that way, and we need to keep that right of way there for future property owners, but it'll be taken off the HUTF list. We won't get paid since we're not gonna be maintaining it.
And it was a once a year road as well at this point.
And that County Road 110 is where the issue was with the gates.
Yeah.
And is that resolved or is it in the process?
I think it's
Took the
reasonable.
chains off.
Still the county right away, and Road and Bridge is still in charge of it. And we're not doing maintenance on it, but we still get to call the shots on whether anybody puts in a cattle guard there or a gate of any kind there.
And currently, I think the attitude is not to allow that, correct?
There are manual gates at the present time, and the one gentleman is wanting to put automatic gates and openers on all the way up through there.
You gotta watch out because you
Yeah.
got fire trucks and everything else.
Vince is okay with that or?
No.
Oh,
Uh,
so then we're not gonna allow it.
we're not gonna allow that, and then, so, at one point, there had been some openers installed, but they have been taken back down at this point, so. At the present time, it seems like it may be resolved, but I would not say one way or the other.
So was the issue locked gates or gates, period?
They're locking.
The issue was automatic gate openers.
Keypad.
Keypads.
So we'll lock the gate, that was the issue. He's not opposed to having swinging gates that anybody can open or?
No, there's a lot of grazing up there, and so there has to be either gates or cattle guards in place, and
And Vince isn't opposed to that. It's
No.
just a locking gate that causes the issue.
yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I've probably been through 12 gates to get clear to the back, 10 or 12.
There's a lot.
Oh, it's amazing, miserable.
I took a ride up there with them here a while back and somebody made me sit by the door. So, you know, wasn't smart enough.
You always want to sit in the middle.
That's it. So. Anything else, Clint?
I've been doing some more work on the lawsuit filed against the clerk and recorder that's coming up for a hearing on February 13. Need to sit down and talk to Kelly a little bit more, but I think we got all of our ducks in a row on that one. So,
That's at 1 o'clock.
yeah. And I mean, Kelly's put a lot of stuff together on that. I think we have a very solid case on that as far as her doing all the things that she's required to do as far as following timelines and everything. So we'll get some exhibits together and I think, well, I don't want to argue the case in here, but there's been a misunderstanding by the recall committee. And we'll be pointing that out to the judge when the time comes.
All right.
Question about the executive session.
Okay.
You're aware we're having an executive session today.
Well, that's where I got my voice in tip-top shape. No, I wasn't sure.
I wasn't either. I was surprised to see
Yeah,
that.
I
So
talked to
I
Brady this morning.
wondered
He
what
said
that's
he-
all about.
I don't
I
know.
don't like going into them without knowing.
I don't think any of us know. So I asked Kevin if he knew this morning. He said he did not.
I know when he was here the other day, he said he had a couple of issues he wanted to bring to us.
So yeah, it's scheduled today.
All right.
Okay. Admin.
I just wanted so then the record would know that there have been a couple of requests that you all have been copied on for the county manager job description. I have replied back that since it is a draft and nothing has been voted upon, that there's nothing to be able to do, but just wanted to make sure that people knew after an article was in the paper that they could contact me. I can't, it's not approved. So just wanted to make sure that everybody knows that they can't, that is not something that is even ready. So that's it.
Thanks.
Okay. Public comment. If anyone has anything they would like to bring up that is not on our agenda, please feel free to do so at this time. Anything here? Brad?
Yeah, Tom had emailed me a couple questions and I came to answer to all you guys if you wanted, I don't know when the appropriate moment.
Yeah, I apologize, Brad. We could have talked about that during the AP report, but this is certainly
still do it
an
now.
appropriate time,
Okay.
either one. So,
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Let me come up.
Unless you can speak really loud back there.
If not, just come up.
But,
yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for
Oh,
coming in.
you betcha.
Appreciate it.
I just figured I'd show up and
Yeah,
answer to all you guys so you can hear what my thought on everything was.
yeah, so I'm not sure the other commissioners are totally aware of. the
Probably.
Why don't you
situation,
say the
so,
question and tell us the answer?
Yeah, so you want to,
Yeah, I can certainly, was going through the accounts payable and saw an expense line, that Brad had charged to buildings and grounds. Or I don't know if you charge it to them.
no, I turned it in. But
So it turned it into the county, it got posted to buildings and grounds, and so I sent Brad an email yesterday and said, hey. Didn't know if that was in his budget or what the situation was. I talked to Braden this morning and we have to own part of this issue because we don't have a policy that clearly states
Okay.
what's done. Generally, I think it's understood that if it's a non-budgeted item, then that would be approved by the commissioners to quote unquote override the budget or
Sure.
amend the budget later on. So that didn't happen because I don't think Brad was aware of that, and that's not really on him. And so I think given the circumstances, buildings and grounds could certainly pay for that. $400. It was more about the process than about the dollar figure, and we don't have a great clear process in place.
Well, he wouldn't know it if we did.
Correct.
So-
Well, he would if we had a policy
Well,
manual
but
that
that.
was given to
it
every
would- it- well,
elected
it is.
official, but
You
we don't.
guys were
But it's
aware
not-
of the
it's not
situation
budgeted.
then, and
Yeah,
that's pretty-
we took.
I think I saw what you were referring to, that would be the toilet.
Yeah, we took over that office, and got everything cleaned up, straightened up. The toilet had been torn apart, I assume years ago,
yeah.
but it was dry, so we were getting sewer gas coming in the building. So I had notified maintenance and hadn't heard anything for a while, so I contacted a plumber, had the toilet replaced, so we weren't getting sewer gas.
You
in the
got
building.
an expensive throne installed.
Yes, I do have a brand new throne and I've got a locked door.
Okay.
And,
You got a locked door.
Yeah.
Good. That's
Um,
always good.
I kind of saw it as more of a safety issue than anything, because when you'd walk in there, it would hit you in the face. And
Yeah.
it was not,
Needs water in it, that's for sure.
yeah, so
Sure.
we replaced the toilet. I just had it replaced and done. And then I guess there was, I didn't know how to budget, who paid for that or what. And
You turned it into the right place.
yeah, so I didn't really think maintenance on the building was a coroner's budget, but if it is, that's up to you guys. I don't, it's not.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. Some people put in maintenance in their budget.
Sure. And I apologize if I didn't follow the proper procedure, but I thought it needed to be done.
No, I don't disagree with that at all.
Okay.
So a little more of the backstory. Jennifer relayed your request to have maintenance come look at it. Maintenance went to the BSO building,
Uh-huh.
looked at a toilet, it was fine, came back and reported that. He
I
had
see.
no idea there was another toilet in that building.
Very good. I never had
And
that.
so that's part of the miscommunication is he didn't
Gotcha.
know there was
A back
a
one, yeah.
back one. And
Mhm.
Is there a sign that
And the
says
other-
corner up somewhere so we
Yes.
can find it?
Yeah, there it is.
the other issue is I don't think he's got a key to that office
Okay,
anyway.
sure.
So,
Sure.
I don't
Sure.
know what the key distribution,
Yeah, I don't know. I talked to
Yeah.
Jennifer yesterday about cleaning.
yeah,
The cleaning lady's coming and she said she would have a key, so.
yeah, so
I think she
that,
got-
You get a key.
that would be going
I
through
would
Braden.
assume So, yeah.
And yes, keys
Yeah.
are going through
Okay.
Brayden. Yes, but I don't know if she has a key to your office.
I can
Oh.
get you one of those.
She has a key to the building.
Yeah.
And didn't know that your office was locked.
Most people don't even know that office exists. in
Correct.
that
And
building,
so
so,
I was writing her a note to,
but
Yeah.
anyhow, yeah, so I'm gonna support the AP the way it's reported to us today that includes that toilet being paid.
That
for
works for
building
us.
grounds. It's not unusual for that account to pay for that.
Mhm.
But we need to know that
Sure.
ahead of
Okay.
time, so we can track that.
Very
that
good.
account.
Well, I think
So,
we're in good shape there now. We've
Yeah.
got everything fixed up and
Good.
the office is in good shape. And I guess you guys were made aware by Chris Halpin about our vehicle situation.
Yes,
And our deputy vehicle is kind of on its last legs, but like we joked earlier, we're gonna put a whole lot less miles on that thing moving forward, so I can limp it along as we can. And
Yeah.
look for other ideas for grants or some kind of way to replace it at some point. But we've got it fixed up, usable. Chris isn't happy about us having it on the road because of the way the front end is and things, but
You're not going very far.
we're not, yeah, hopefully we're not gonna go far with it. And I do have a new vehicle, so we're gonna get that in and serviced as well. Cause it hadn't been yet. So, yeah, had never been serviced, 2 years old, but it only has, I just turned 3,000 miles. So it's okay.
Not even broke in.
Yeah, it's okay. So
And
I'm
that's
gonna
kind of
get-
the why that reminder was sent out, so even if they don't have the mileage on them.
An
An
annual.
annual service
Yeah.
done to them.
Yep.
And So
Is there another question?
Yeah, and then there were a couple other issues over there. We'll work through those. A heater, baseboard heater over there.
Yeah, we don't appear to have any heat. We have baseboard in there, but we've tried to, and it doesn't seem to be.
Yeah,
No,
so
not coming
we'll-
along.
And I don't need a lot. I just need to keep my
Is it
new
a
toilet from freezing and breaking.
So it's a standalone baseboard?
we know what the
It is,
replacement
yeah,
cost
it-
is.
So,
Yeah, I don't know if it's an electrical issue or not, but,
yeah, so we'll work on that.
Okay.
And then the other thing, I think the general opinion is if we can keep anything out of that garage, the better, so.
oh, okay,
that
sure.
Piece can just go in.
Okay. Yeah, we had a bookcase in there that we don't need and kind of like an old entertainment center. So we moved it out and if, if anybody
Would
wanted
the
it,
coroner be entertaining?
yeah, that's right, yeah. But,
Yeah, so let's not put it in the garage.
Okay.
Um,
very good.
But it can go in the dumpster or out to the landfill, either one.
Okay.
Generally speaking, if, let's say this was a case that you were taking something out there to the county, you just tell them, hey, this is county disposition, they would
Okay.
charge you for that.
Okay, well, if an employee or somebody would show an interest, they're
I
welcome
was
to
just
have
gonna
it.
say, is it in any good shape?
Yeah, it's not bad.
okay.
Because sometimes if you send an email out to everybody and say, hey,
And
I
look at
got
it
a
first.
bookcase and a whatever, if
Yeah.
anybody's interested.
Free to a good home.
Yeah, sometimes you'll
Okay.
get a hit that way.
Very good.
We
So,
talked about it for the landfill office, but we're just gonna end up having more furniture in there than we have room.
That's what we-
Not very big.
ours, when we took over, you could just get the door open and then you had to side shuffle to get in.
Yeah.
So we've rearranged and
Yeah.
got rid of a few old things and
Yeah, so,
so,
Okay,
certainly do whatever.
All righty.
But, yeah, we'll get on that heater.
perfect. Yep. All right, gentlemen, appreciate it.
Yep.
Thanks,
for
sir.
coming in.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
thank you, Brandon.
All right, have a good day. Yeah.
All right, any other public comment?
I don't see any.
Nothing online?
No.
Okay,
Okay, so this is like-
unfinished business.
I've got
And here.
In here. First thing up on new business would be the consideration of AP payroll and out of cycles.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Lisa.
Good morning.
I'll get us started. I would move that we approve the accounts payable for the month of January.
I'll second that.
Yeah.
Let me quickly add that amount, $450,320.18.
Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor to approve the accounts payable in the sum of $450,320.18. Any discussion, gentlemen?
I do have, sir. I'm not going to hold Miss Lisa accountable for a specific number because we agreed we try not to do that, but I have a process question.
Yes.
If you're up and running there
Uh-huh.
on page 68, this is something I've asked myself the last 3 or 4 months and I never brought it to the forefront because I think it's just a lack of understanding on my part.
So we're looking at human
I
services.
am.
Okay.
Radical.
Okay,
Fourth line down, $298 for rent.
yes.
So. And I think Braden's probably listening too. Yeah. So we're paying who rent?
I believe it's the state portion of DHS is paying Custer County to lease a spot to have their office.
I
That's
would
what
agree.
I
That's
believe.
what I believe. So why are we showing an expense of $298,000 or $298?
Because there was a line, if I had to guess, there's a line item created for rent with that money from the state allocated in that expense line.
I talked to Braden about that because I was asking other questions and for what other rental, we got several buildings we rent. And that is exactly why it's, Cause we show income in
Mhm.
and expenses out,
Mhm.
and that way it keeps track of it. And who paid what.
Mhm.
That's the answer I got, and from the grant point of view, they do the same thing.
Yeah, so it's whatever the,
So we show a grant in, and even though we're getting reimbursed, it's expenses in.
Mhm.
Yeah, this doesn't have anything to do with the grant.
I know,
Or
it's just,
it's the state portion
Right.
right,
of Colorado paying DHS to operate. They have that section of money.
Okay,
And I'm not sure what the actual breakdown is. I don't know if it's a 70-30 or a 50-50. But
Yeah.
whatever portion that state money is, that's what I
Yeah.
believe is allocated in that line.
thought it was 80-20,
which is
but
So DHS, they cut a check from DHS to the Custer County General Fund.
Yes, and they're using state money.
okay. So this shows Custer County General Fund as the vendor.
Yes,
See, I would have thought it would be
the state.
the state of Colorado, we'd be billing them for that portion of the rent is what I always believed was happening. Now, I don't know if Laura knows about that. I've always never asked because I thought, well, it's a CIC thing and I don't understand all of that,
No.
but it looks like we're not billing the state. It looks like
Well,
we're getting billed.
if that money, and this is speculative, but in my mind, if that money is coming from the state and we're holding it, kind of like a fiduciary, we're
Right.
holding that money from the state, it could very well be just set up in a
Placeholder.
general fund. And so when they're drawing from that to pay rent, that could possibly be why it's named that.
So, Brayden, are you on? I don't mean to circumvent you, but
No,
this
go
question for
ahead.
both of you. You may not be listening.
He doesn't have a speaker. Do you want
Okay, that's okay. So
a microphone, I should say?
the 298. Is that our 20% that we're paying and the county pays the rest? If it's 80-20, let's say. Or I mean, the state pays the other 80, or is this? I just never have understood that, so.
I think
I don't-
the
maybe we
DHS is
look
a
at
whole
it.
different animal. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Did Braden give you the answer to that?
So Braden has texted DHS pays the county for the space they use.
Mhm.
Check comes from DHS, Fund 70, and then gets submitted to Virginia to be deposited in Fund 10.
general.
Which is the general.
So it's coming from, so it's coming from DHS's fund and then
Okay.
going back
So
into
it's
the country.
internal between two departments, two accounts,
Mhm.
general fund and DHS. So we're getting $298 in rent for that office space
Mhm.
from the state. It's just going through their
Flipping back
account and
and
into
forth.
general
Mhm.
fund, okay. Okay, thank you.
Sure, I don't know. how
Yeah,
much-
no, you did
Oh,
good.
I
You
was.
did good.
You're fine.
Yeah. Yeah, it's confused me all along.
Mhm. Yeah, they have a whole different setup.
And then I had other questions and got those answered today, so, can I just bring up the overhead door thing?
Sure.
You didn't have
I
to.
don't really have a specific question other than, page 58. This is more
I'm a deputy.
for clarification. Yeah, so that was, and I talked to both Braden and Lisa about this morning, the final payment on the insurance deal on the overhead door at the airport. And so when I first read this, I thought it was a little unusual that we're still dealing with that. I assumed.
Took forever to get it
Dealt with.
turned in, and they had a big argument between fire department and us. Took a while.
So this is cleaning that
Insurance.
up, I'm assuming.
Yes, it's done.
3,500 was.
That was it, yeah.
3,450 or whatever.
Yes, this this last payment of that 1657.55. That's it.
That's it. And that obviously went to Pruch's, so they're
Yes.
satisfied. And
Yes, yes,
obviously the airport must be satisfied or we wouldn't be paying it.
true.
That was,
That's why you thought when I referred to page 58, that's what I was gonna ask you about.
oh, and he didn't? Oh,
No,
he wanted to get on that position bond, didn't he?
yeah,
I heard him say page 58 to you this morning.
yes, yes.
All right.
And so thank you for the input on the other.
Yeah, so as far as I know with DHS, we have to ask Laura for sure, because I don't know specifically the rent workings of it, but the way I understand it, they are renting the space from us, they pay us. I believe then that she would submit in her system along with any other administrative costs, rent and everything, and then we get a portion of that back.
And it looked funky to me because it's one county entity paying another county entity, right? I kept thinking the state would be paying that $298.
Right.
They already had. She's just parsing that out on a monthly basis.
Because if they were renting another space,
Right.
wouldn't have that
Right.
opportunity.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, then it would show the state was paying that portion of the rent. That's all I had, sir.
Nothing else from me.
Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor to approve the accounts payable report for the stated sum of, I'll get it again here, $450,320.18. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries.
Nice.
Excellent.
We spent more time discussing it than she did doing the work on that. Oh, wait, sorry. That
Wasn't her fault.
That was,
Those are funny.
yeah, it was funny. Oh, yeah.
I
Really
move
funny.
that we approve the out of cycle checks
I'll second it.
for January
Amount.
as presented in the amount of $41,446.46. So I have a motion on the floor in a second to approve the out of cycle checks for $41,446.46. Discussion.
Nope, looks good.
All right, those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries. And no action required on the payroll, correct? I believe.
And I can't remember, Kelly, did you get that or not? Did you get it? Okay, so you already have the amount, okay.
Thank you very, very much.
Hey, thank you.
Yes, and thanks for getting the tax
Appreciate it.
forms out.
See you next month.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, you did get your.
I did, yeah.
Awesome.
I got mine tomorrow. Been great. I got mine tomorrow.
You get yours tomorrow?
I will get mine tomorrow. No, I just wanted you to be aware of the fact that it was tomorrow instead of the last day of the month.
No. That's no.
You brought it in
No.
yesterday.
I can
Bring it.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Yeah, I had mine.
I got mine.
Right.
Next item.
I hope so. Take care of it.
Thanks, Brett. We'll see you.
See ya.
Consideration of allocating ARPA funds to attainable housing. And you were up.
Good morning.
Miley, how are you?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Charles.
I don't know all of your lifestyle, but I have a suspicion this might be a little early for you to be in town.
Well,
You're a night out.
I'm a night owl, yeah.
All right.
Each of the three things that we've got, I wanted to give you a little backstory.
This is the three issues we have on the agenda are in support of our efforts to apply for the transformational affordable housing home ownership and workforce housing grant program. And the sheet I just gave you is the net of the pre-submittal requirements that are non-reimbursable that we've been frantically working in. If you'll see, it says in the far right upper corner, required on 131. The ones that are yes, we've been working to satisfy. And we will have a Zoom this afternoon at 3 o'clock to assess our status and to determine whether we can make a submittal tonight prior to midnight and get our consideration in this month. And if we don't have all of those done, it will require that basically we will defer it for a month.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
High altitude question here.
Dude.
I know you said it, it's not written here. There's no way I could repeat the name of this transformational grant.
I've read it.
Yeah.
Or say it 3 times fast.
So I haven't looked at any of this grant stuff, so I really don't know what I'm talking about. That's why I wanted to ask you this question to begin with. How much is this grant for and what is it for? Or are those applicable questions for this transformational grant?
It covers, if you read the introductions in, I think it's a 28-page offering. Basically, it covers everything from trying to get housing for street people and such like that. In our use, obviously, it would try to diminish the development cost of our properties in Silver Cliff. And that will be necessary if we are to get it anywhere close to being ultimately rentable at what amounts to AMIs of 80 or less.
So the real question is, what's the county match?
The match is 24%. And that's the idea is when we talk about the land, like you previously discussed, donating it towards the cause, that should be worth $500,000 towards the matching funds. And then the discussion about the ARPA funds or the LATCF funds would
So that's
further.
the actual reason I asked. So,
Yeah.
So what's not covered by volunteers, matches, things you mentioned, land values. But what's left what's the amount that's left?
We don't
24% less, is it like 10% more or whatever? We have to come up with.
actually, we're still working what the bottom line is. Effective yesterday, it looks like each of the 18 rental lots would cost about $275,000 to develop each of those lots based on, and that's subject to further change. And that's based on fading west cost as far as their units and the associated task to complete it on site. And that's so the idea is the more we can put towards matching funds, the more likely we are to diminish the ultimate cost and the associated
grant. So I've got the transformational affordable housing, homeownership, workforce housing grant pulled up. Thank you for sending that. You said you would after the last meeting. You did. I saw that you had, but I haven't read it. So I think this is kind of a different approach. We need to be able to indicate to these people, here's what we have, so that they can tell us how much we can get. Is that a reasonable assessment or no?
That's part of it. Part of the cost that's included in this is basically the under the, let's see, it's the construction cost estimate is one of the big ones. And then in some of the no's, we've got the environmental report, and we have an estimate of just under $5,000 that it will take to give a phase 1 environmental report. And then we've got the no is renderings of what our proposed construction is. And then the last thing, which is a cycle that we do, thank goodness, is approval with the city of our town of Silver Cliff to our plan of reallocating, repositioning the 12 lots we've got into 18 lots. And that takes a cycle that's going to take about 9. And part of the reality is this particular grant right now is oversubscribed. And so there's a high probability that we won't get anything out of this one. But the point being is these are requirements or what we would expect for other grant opportunities. So,
For this grant, next round of funding or not?
well, this one, the way it's handled a little different. There's a monthly window at the end of the month. And if you got all the blocks filled, you can be allocated, they will allocate the indicated funds. So it diminishes the amount of money.
Got it.
And with the idea and the initial briefing we had from the regional representative of DOLA Housing was that from the get-go, this was oversubscribed. So it was a matter of satisfying this so we might prepare ourselves for subsequent opportunities. So
And I think we better clarify something too, and that's your mention of 18 lots. We know we own 17 lots. You're thinking 12 lots and resizing those lots to equal 18, correct?
okay, we own total of 19 lots.
Or 19, sorry, yeah, 12 and 7.
You said
Yeah.
18 up front.
But yeah, the
Well,
18 that you
But the
mentioned,
12 that are one, that's part of the zoning and planning change with to increase the density. Steve has negotiated with the planning commission over there that we could reallocate them from 50 to 100-foot lots
In Silver Cliff, you're talking
in
about.
Silver Cliff, yeah, to 33 and a third wide by 100-foot.
and that's where the 18 comes
And
from.
that's where we
That's
could,
why spread it across everything, made them bigger.
So by
And-
that statement, you have that approval.
no, we've got a cycle going where we talk to their planning board that needs to go in front of their trustees. And the cycle would be, it'll be March before we could get that approved. But we have expectations that will in fact help.
The point I wanted to make clear was the 18 lots is in reference to the existing 12
Well,
lots.
yes.
That we're going to be reconfigured into 18 lots, not 18 out of the 19 lots. So what do we need to do to get yeses down through here? Anything?
That's the items
Yes,
that
there
we've
is.
got on the agenda. So what we need
Otherwise,
is,
get out of here, Charles.
And I think, if I may for a second. The yeses on this are things that are required by today.
yes,
And those are
right.
things that are required after submittal, but before.
before it goes to the final.
Funds before funds
approval.
come.
Sorry, thank you for that clarification, because I was thinking that these things have been done. That say yes, but that's not the
No,
case. They
that's,
have to be
they
done
have
by
to be
today.
done. yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So, and as attachments, item B, this allocation of ARPA funds. We need, and since the minutes of the meeting we had previously have not been approved yet, we need a proclamation or whatever tool you want declaring that.
Might want to explain that a little clearer, Charles. What minutes is this on record?
Well, when we talked the last time, I think we were here, we discussed and believe that at least the audio visual, we indicated that there was approval to allocate $200,000 of ARPA towards attainable housing.
And did you check with Kelly? Or did you minute wise?
No.
I thought that was where you were
Because
headed.
if you need those. But if you need, you probably
You need
need
to
by
listen to
today.
the tape.
Yes,
Oh, you need the minutes by today.
either that or some other letter that says that it's authorized.
If it's in the tape, it
Yeah,
would.
it's in the.
It's in the tape, but
Recorded.
I understand until it's not in writing, it's improved, like,
That's a Clint call.
Yeah, and was that done when was that done? I thought that was done.
was the last time I was here.
I'd have to do a little research.
That's
November,
that's
December.
3 years ago, Charles.
Yeah. No, I've been here since then.
So
That was other meetings.
So I wonder if, I think there's a couple elephants in the room we just need to talk about. And make some decisions about. We talked about it off and on over the last 2 years. And obviously this ARPA thing is one of them, right? According to Jennifer's accounting, it looks like there's $200,982 left in ARPA that we verbally agreed to earmark for affordable housing. Okay, does that ring true to your thinking or no?
That's actually sounds like a little more than. I
Well,
was-
we weren't sure
Yeah,
exactly
you
what
had
the number was.
We were
but
looking at
thought-
175 or something. like
Yeah,
that.
and see, there was some unspent dollars
That's right.
that was not, that never went through the committee. So those two figures came up to 209,82. So from my perspective, share the language here. Yeah, I would move that we commit this $200,982.78 to Attainable Housing Board. And if we get a second, then I'll give you my spiel.
Second.
So the backstory real quick, you guys, I'm sure you know and remember this. This was money that was not approved through the committee that we had set up. And when it came back to us unencumbered, then we verbally said, okay, let's park it in affordable housing. We never voted on that. It was just a verbal agreement. That's why I'm bringing it up here. And part of the reason is we have deadlines of when we have to spend that ARPA money. I can't quote you what they are today, but I'm worried about that deadline. And then, of course, another whole conversation, but we can't forget that the local assistance and tribal consistency fund dollars have a deadline. And I do know what that is because it's fairly
Think
recent
the,
memory.
Yeah,
but
bring up good points, and that deadline's like 2024 or
Yeah,
something.
December 31st.
So it goes out. there.
On the LATCF.
Yeah, and the other one is out there also 2 years. The ARPA was pretty far out.
As well.
Yeah, it is
I
2020.
could be mistaken.
Yeah.
But I also thought, Tom, that the ARPA committee had some of the unspent stuff, there were some other things that could be spent on that they had considered as well. So that we
Right.
probably ought to have somebody take a look at it. Hate to just say, go, this is a good worthy cause. But
Well,
there's other local things that impact guys too, so I don't know.
Yeah, and here's the thrust behind my motion, Bill, and I'll just put it out there. I don't think there's anything more important in our county right now than affordable housing. And that's why I'm willing to go all in on this. Yes, there were other applications that they looked at and turned down. I don't dispute that. I maintain that none of those are more critical to our county moving forward than affordable housing.
See, the other worry I have is a couple questions, and I had talked to Charles about this yesterday and kind of understood it. But why are we at the last minute on this tranche here? I know there were some reasons that you had.
We only started on this grant within the last month. And it was a matter of
And you had
status.
to wait for this meeting today, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, but it's sort of, but why? When could you have started? I'm just asking the question because coming in here at the last minute makes me say, well, we gotta do it. And if we say we gotta do it, then what, I still have the question, there's 24% match of whatever the cost is, we don't even know what that ultimate cost is. So 24% of that could be $2 million.
okay.
See,
let me-
let me
let me-
finish just a second,
Yeah.
because it might be simpler than that. Then less X value of the land. We don't even know what that is yet. We haven't agreed on that. And that it leaves a figure of Y, which is could be significant, and this amount of money might not cover it. And then we're standing liable if we approve things to come up with something later or fail and lose in the meantime. So it's important to understand the whole big picture before we decide.
Well,
You see what I'm saying, Charles? And then you said, well, we're not gonna get it anyway, so why are we worrying about it? Why don't we do some good homework and get ready for next month? What happens if we don't do this now?
They have closed the letters of interest on this grant,
On this particular time,
on this grant.
right?
They're not taking it. We did make the guy, part of the deal is this is coming down the situation. Yeah, our discussions with DOLA Housing, basically, it was a matter of when they told us.
Right, I get that. And you said we're oversubscribed and our likelihood of getting this is 10% or something.
I don't know
Whatever you
what the
said.
percentage is.
So.
But we're in the queue.
We're in the queue. To get something tonight, gets us one more step. And this is kind of a different structure, but the idea is that there are a number of state supported housing grants coming. And this will, everything we do in this is basically an investment towards potential getting some money.
So I'm all in favor, like Tom says, it's very important because we don't have enough housing to young families can afford. I asked the question also, how do you keep it from just being flipped? I know there's some safeguards on that. There's a lot of things that we need to be sure of, and we can do the right thing, because if I want to commit the money, but I want to be able to do it. And you know, and because the taxpayers' dollars are still money's not free, it comes from somebody. And the grants come from the bigger state deals, and the matching funds are the taxpayers of this county. And so I don't want to get caught and not be able to do something. If we don't have enough money to do it right, or if there's something else that we make the trade in, we need to make sure we're making the right trades to do the right thing.
Okay. We got two processes going right now. One is to try to get some grant money.
Mhm.
And there is condition in it, basically. Put it delicately, we don't necessarily have to go further on what we say to get the grant. We've got an RFP that we're working, that's a separate process. So
So if we throw in, there's no commitment from the county to do anything.
that's basically it of what we say for this grant. And right now, we're talking about, and when we talk about county commitment, basically property we've got that the county owns was all grant money. And the appreciated value from 56,000 to almost 10 times that under current market. And then two, I guess it would be a matter of opinion, whether the ARPA money or the LATC money is county taxpayers' money or not. I mean, ultimately.
No, that's not what I meant. I mean, that money can be used for somebody that is really in dire straits in the county. Then you're right, it's not, the LATCF was a Biden bucks gift, period. No strings attached. ARPA was different. And that is taxpayers' money in the big picture, but, and then the commitment of if there's not enough to cover it, then we're left making sure we have to use some actual tax dollars that are been raised.
We're not doing anything yet that obligates the individual taxpayers of Custer County to contribute to this.
If I may, sir. Or
Go ahead.
Would you like to go first?
I'll defer.
Okay. Here's the way I look at it. I believe that we need to commit some dollars, hard dollars, so the Affordable Housing Board can function. Whether that's to tell somebody we've got X number of dollars in Custer County to spend on affordable housing. Right now, they have 20 grand in your account plus the 50, I think, or whatever it was that we budgeted. That's all the money they have.
Actually, it's just a
10.
little over 10,000.
Okay.
Plus
So,
the budget, and I put in for mileage this morning.
So I don't want to be over dramatic, but I'm tired of dancing around the bush. Let's either do something or get off the pot. And I'm willing to do something, but I also, the other caveat to that for my enthusiasm for this is I am done listening about all what we're going to do. If we can commit some dollars, then I would expect let's do, whether it's go up there and hire a contractor to start building foundations, whether it's paying to get water. And so I don't know what that looks like. And it's beyond me to do that. That's why we have a housing board. But somewhere we got to quit talking and start. Jay Prince sat right over there in 2017 in the housing board, right? The first one I ever sat in. He said, when are we gonna make sawdust?
So I'm all for that. That's my whole point, my little spiel a minute ago. Let's look at what it really means, Tom. And what is that hard number really gonna do? And let's put something against it. We got time to do that. We got the money,
Yeah. Well,
Well,
they don't
I
have the
don't,
money.
right, that's my point.
Yeah, that's
But
what I
but
think.
in
we ought
order
do,
to make a
give them
good
the-
decision, let's see.
Well,
175 and get some contractors building foundations. You don't even have plans yet.
The question today is, can I put in our grant request, how much and what will Custer County commit to matching funds?
Could
And
commit if you had it, if we were granted, right?
Yeah, and well,
Or would commit.
I need an attachment that confirms that we're putting the property regardless of the price towards it and X number of dollars. And that's all I'm asking
We'll
is
see how the vote goes.
Is the X amount of dollars, we don't even know what are you gonna tell the board or whoever you're gonna tell the property, you gotta tell them something. Otherwise, it's,
we've got
Take a
comps. We've got
so what is it?
that's
Roughly.
upwards roughly $500,000 for the
For all 18 lots,
all 19 lots, you know.
well, 18 redone,
Well,
that land area, whatever it is.
no, we're talking about this. We're proposing the self-help property as
It's
well as
all
the
in,
rental
okay,
place,
so it's all 19
It
lots.
is 19.
or 25 with adjusted property lines.
Yeah, so that's where I'm coming from, gentlemen. We've never stuck a stake in the ground for affordable housing, except talking about it.
Couple concerns I have. I'm still concerned that we haven't got approval from the city of Silver Cliff, from the town of Silver Cliff, on the density and the adjustments on these lot lines.
You want
That's
to
in
address that,
regards
Steve?
not only to this grant, but also to the RFP. And how are you asking for an RFP when you don't even know if you?
We
can
haven't,
go?
we aren't asking for an RFP today.
Okay, well, it's in
Not-
regards to the whole process.
Yeah.
And so that's one of my concerns that I have right now.
Silver Cliff have got processes, schedules, just like y'all have, and that's what we're trying to address. We will propose that it's a pending exercise, but we've got a schedule that would,
Right,
in March.
we've been working with Roger Camper, who's planning and zoning for Silver Cliff. And with the planning commission for Silver Cliff. And they've been nothing but positive about this approach, which is converting 12 lots into 18 lots. And but we haven't taken it to the formal vote. And when the planning commission does the formal vote, they're voting to send it up to the trustees for a formal vote. And the timing on that is the next planning commission meeting is the middle of this month.
Well, that's part of my concern. I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead. finish.
And they would, in general, when the planning commission okays something and sends it up to that involves zoning, well, first off, this does not violate any zoning, okay? It's replatting the lots in a way that still meets the R3 zoning requirements of Silver Cliff. So it's and in general, when the planning commission recommends something up that involves replatting and that kind of thing up to the trustees, it's pretty much automatically approved because that's the function of the planning commission, is to determine things like that and make those recommendations. But timing then ends up being the middle of this month and the first trustee meeting in the beginning of March.
And that's my concern, that because you've been working on that process for some time, that it hasn't happened before now. And I know that's pretty much what shot down the first run at an RFP and things of that nature, is because it actually did violate the zoning. And that wasn't in place before all that was put out. So that's why I have concerns of not having things in place beforehand, and bringing them after the fact. And it seems to me we've got some things out of order.
Okay, I question your comment about how our first RFP, there was a stipulation in the solicitation that any developers would coordinate with Silver Cliff zoning. They did not do that. And hence the proposal, that the offer we had did not comply with our RFQ. And so it was still, the position of Silver Cliff has been constant, consistent, and there were other attributes in the proposal that we got for that were we didn't think were supportable from a financing standpoint. So,
Also, we've been working this through Silver Cliff on a steadily, but we did not, let's see, towards the end of last year, we got a technical assistant grant from Chafa that, and she is very knowledgeable about where the money is and all kinds of large scale affordable housing. And she has been advising us on where we should go for grants and feels that applying for this grant, the one with the long name, we can't all remember, the transformational grant.
The last grant.
Yes. Applying for that is extremely important for us moving ahead. Okay. That put us in the position where we have this general agreement with Silver Cliff, but we just didn't have time with the meeting scheduled as they were to get the final approval. For this grant, it is one of the things that we can put in. Here's where we are in the process of getting this replatting approved by the town of Silver Cliff. And we put in there that it goes through the planning committee the middle of this month and through the trustees the beginning of March. That's permissible under this application, is to put in what is the plan to get the final approval. It's not one of those things that has to be done today. But if we had known we were going to be applying for this grant at this time, we could have pushed Silver Cliff harder to get the formal approvals, but we just didn't know.
There's also another issue that as of late last night will be a process in work, but not completed. And we needed, and I'm trying to find out which one it was. Basically, it's a statement from a financial institution that they would be willing to support construction loans as well as long-term financing. We're working with UBB to get that. They've got the draft up letters, but our contact with UBB in Sacramento, they've got the forms on the table basically for approval, but there's no assurance. She's supposed to give me a status before our 3 o'clock meeting as to whether it's approved or just pending approval.
So is that for, is that to loan money on building the house or the mortgage of the?
Yeah, either.
thing that goes
Both.
on later?
And it's a matter of indicating a willingness to work with us on
And
it.
who would the loan be issued to?
Whoever's the developer
Perspective of the developer itself, himself?
could be.
Okay, you, just a quick question on that then. You threw out $275,000 per house. Is that the sale price you're aiming
That's
at
the construction cost right now.
of a 3-bedroom,
Two-bedroom
2-bedroom
townhouse,
How many square feet?
a little over 1,200 square feet.
1,200 square feet and
Actually, a little over 1,000.
Thousand.
It's 1024.
Yeah.
1,024.
so it's 1,100 maybe or whatever. Okay, so then you're looking to hopefully get it built for $275K.
That's the estimates we've got today to
If
satisfy.
it were to be completed when, in a year or 2 years? So how are you projecting this out? Because we're projecting a recession now and the cost of everything's going up and all that stuff. So
Assuming somebody takes our offer, we're looking that the construction would be probably late 2023 or early 2024
to start or to have it finished.
to finish,
So you break ground this spring
hopefully.
if we had a grant.
Right.
No, regardless,
Well,
Well,
this is an effort to decrease cost. And again, it's kind of like a lot of other things, and this is likely one of the first of several opportunities to get grant money.
so if we break ground spend 200 and whatever the amount is here. Commit 275,000 or whatever. And we only get the foundations in, and we're gonna keep applying for grants in the future to figure out how to finish building them.
No, we're going to the RFP again, two different deals. The RFP will solicit, as I've said before, financing, construction, and management.
All in time to get it done by next fall.
Whatever the cycle, if we talk to our local builders, they let us get in line.
Yeah, so
2
I say,
years from
yeah,
now.
that's right. How are we gonna do
The good news is the cycle for a faded west
it? Okay,
is,
all right, good.
but again,
All right,
we're not talking RFQ right now.
Right.
We're talking, trying to get some,
They're intertwined a
Bridge
little
finance.
bit. It's probably why we're.
And
muddling
they
that.
certainly will be down the road, but restate the purpose of this transformational grant. What really is the purpose of that? You said it.
decrease the ultimate cost
And
of
that's,
development.
thank you. That's what this grant's all about,
and,
right?
and,
Lower the cost.
the final cost.
So if this motion passes and affordable or attainable housing, quote unquote, we gotta be careful because the finance manager is right behind us. So now you have quote unquote $200,000. We're not saying that you have to use all of that for matching. We're not saying anything about that money, right? You can use some of it if the need arises and you need some matching money for a grant, i.e. this one, for example.
And that would certainly be the priority.
So I don't think we're saying this money has to be used for this, whatever that is, right? We're putting that money in their account so they can use it to advance affordable housing in Custer County.
That would be the desired,
Okay,
What else would it be used for?
well,
go buy a house, right? You could.
we won't do any of that without coordination with you all.
Understood, but
Right.
I'm saying you could come to us and say, hey, we're gonna go buy 2 modular homes with this money. Or
we
you could say, we're gonna use X number of it for grant or for grant matching dollars or whatever it is. Okay,
Or there's a facility here for sale, it's.
yeah, my point is, we're not tying 200,000 to the transformational grant process. it's not.
That would be, if that kind of flexibility would be good because we put it into the cycle, we'll ultimately have attainable housing.
Well, it sounded like you presented, the way you presented, it wasn't like you just said, it was to have show the match and.
Yeah, we
Well,
need
well,
to, we need to
move
put
ahead.
in this grant request because that shows our intent and our capability to support the required matching funds.
So I got a little bit of math here. And correct me if I'm wrong. If we were to approve, I'm just gonna round it to 200,000 today. And we've already committed the lots, which would be if. If
I
this-
need something that commits the lots too.
Okay,
So,
don't forget that today.
And. Yeah, we will verify that, which we've given them to you, but then we took 7 away, so we will make sure that is, those are. In my opinion, already made available for you to include in this. So the lots. And the 200,000. In and of itself would bring. Value wise, roughly. 700 to 800,000. Which would give you an opportunity of a grant of somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 to 2.4. These are very rough figures I'm throwing out. Is that math somewhat correct?
Yeah, that's assuming that there's also additional opportunities for more
Yeah,
external.
If
funds.
this grant were to go through
Yeah.
for that amount, that with the with the dollars from the lots and the 200,000, it would give you an opportunity basically for close between $700,000 and $800,000 match. Dollar wise,
Based on what collectively we've got today.
well,
is
we don't have an estimate on those lots.
that, and we don't also realize there's other opportunities for matching funds that we'll pursue.
Are you gonna be able to get these LOIs from these banks today?
That's a question. The feedback I had at 9 o'clock last night was that the forms are on a table for a signature. And it's kind of like right here. It's, what, whether those people that in the bank's hierarchy, whether they sign them off today or not, but there's every indication that when they get to it, they'll sign them. So,
And if they miss the midnight deal, you're into next month anyway, right?
well, we can submit, just like we're talking the approval, is that it's in the process, we can show it. And if we have to, and we'll go ahead and make a submittal. And
I don't know why that wouldn't be the same for us. I mean, bottom line is we got the money. It's the program management piece that's in me that I am, and the engineering. I like to see the plan, the program laid out instead of saying, here's the money, let's go build something to fit it. I would like to see, here's the plan, here's what we think it's going to cost, and we can put 200,000 against it. That's what the bank's going to do. They want to know what they're.
no, the bank is just indicating,
If
bank is indicating their willingness to work with us within their normal rules.
right,
And so, but there's a little more commitment I see on these funds. And all I'm asking is, tell me I can,
so
and give me a document that says
you have
Got or not?
you're asking for an LOI here from the local government. That's us, BOCC. That's what you're asking.
Yeah.
The letter of intent.
And this motion would be more of a letter of commitment.
And likewise, if there's some issue on the second issue on LATCF, if that's, I understand there's possibility that's the next fiscal year money or something.
This year, this fiscal year.
Well, it's just a matter of.
But it's not muddy the waters yet. We'll get to that LATCF.
Yeah.
But
So I think I understand what Commissioner Candace is saying, but I don't think anybody, including the Affordable Housing Board, is going to come and say, here, right today or whenever, here are the floor plans for this house and here's the exact cost of this house. It's not going to be that simple, unfortunately, right? We got too many hoops to jump through.
No, in fact, we're proposing this fading west approach for this, but that does not tie us into using
Right.
fading west.
in the
It's
RFQ,
just what they want to see is one approach that gets you where you want to be and how much does it cost? And it's a little bit like a tiger chasing its tail in that we understand that for the dollars, you'd like to see an exact plan. But
Well,
in order to get to an exact plan, we have to put the dollars in the proposal to show.
I agree. I didn't say
Yeah.
exact plan. The letter of intent is just like the Vibrant Broadband Program. The Department of Transportation gave us a letter of intent to support it if the grants come and the matching, blah, blah, blah. That's the same. All I'm saying here is, what is the big picture plan for what this is? And not have us be stuck. If we don't get the grant, we made a commitment to X other dollars. That's all I'm saying. I'm all for it. A letter of intent to support this. I care about it. I think it's a good thing to do that. I think it's fine. But the plan, what's the business plan? See, it came across, Charles, like we're going to apply for this, but we're not going to get it, but we have to apply for it in order. I don't know what the order was, because the next grant's a different grant. And
but the idea being is these criteria will make a subsequent.
Sure.
And the next one will.
And
all
so
be
I
easier.
think you gaining support from the county and saying, sure, we can put up $200,000 if there's gonna be a grant that would be awarded, you know, and if the plan is to do X, Y, and Z, there's no way in God's green earth you're gonna get $275,000 house out or a house out for $275,000. I'll tell you that right now. That's based on my contracting experience right now here in this valley, right now. On things
Yeah,
that's
but
going
that
on.
doesn't take into account, we've already got the land.
Well, no, yeah,
Right.
I'm saying he's putting this as construction cost, this was 275
Right.
above the little pod, the land.
And that,
So my
based
point,
on the fading west model, that can happen.
And advertised
the
houses.
$275,000 for the house to be constructed. That's not,
That's including development cost on the lot.
Right.
That is the figure that they give,
right,
so.
so,
That's close to being move-in price.
yeah,
Yeah, that's advertised. If you want a
Right.
1,200 square foot single family house, 2 bedroom in Silver Cliff, advertised price is gonna be around $250,000 to $300,000.
And I agree with you, Bill, there's no way outside of affordable housing arena, you're gonna build a house for that in this
no
county.
way.
But we're not talking about that.
I know.
We're not
That's-
talking about.
So that's what I'm
contract.
saying, have this be part of what the next step is to get the right grants to make that happen. Right?
Right.
So I'm all for supporting that, is all I'm trying to tell you, but we need. It came across like, here, we're gonna submit this and we still don't know how much more we're gonna have to commit above you came up with 24%, you said today.
That's the criteria. and
What this whole thing is, and you didn't give us the whole thing number. 24% of what?
That's
Also-
being,
Because the matching funds vary depending on what that is gonna be. So we don't know that.
And
yet.
there's even more to it, that if you talk to the Department of Housing and you say, hey, Custer County cannot afford 24%. And their response is, we understand that and we take into account at the time of the grant, we take into account what the
So,
ability is
That's
of
right.
the
So,
counties.
so,
to
and that's
match.
why it's called letters of intent. Then we know
Exactly.
that's okay. But
Right.
that's all I'm saying. That has to be spelled out. So we know what we're voting on. That's all my point was.
well, I'll put it this way. If you want to know exactly where we are on this, you can join us on weekly and almost daily. The last
No, that's
week,
not what I meant.
well, I
All
mean,
I meant by that was because you can't give us the numbers no matter how many times you meet. Right now, it didn't matter. The point is,
there will be a
your
number
point is you
before
got the
we
big
hit the
picture
go
is to
button.
go after another grant.
Exactly. We're on the route per our technical.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to
We're-
call the
we're on the
question,
correct
ask
route
for a
to get
reset.
to where we want.
Something's gotta happen
Yeah.
here.
I would,
Sorry.
I would get behind this, Tom. It's a letter of intent that we're proposing. We are intending to give them $200,000 to use. If the next step is whatever it's required, same thing that the banks are gonna do.
Yeah. And that
To me,
that
that's,
is not the spirit or the intent of the motion. Now, I get where you're trying to get this to a funnel.
it helps.
We have done this verbally. I'm ready to vote and earmark those dollars for affordable or
Well,
attainable.
that's what we're doing. That's
Well,
what
that's
that
what
letter of
letter of
intent,
intent.
yes,
This
it
is a
does.
motion
It
to
sure
commit those
does.
dollars. There's no, we can write a letter for him for this grant.
That's
I'm
what I'm
saying,
saying.
deposit this money out of ARPA into affordable housing. That's what that motion would be,
And you'd have to earmark that to be spent on it then,
on affordable
because he
housing.
said that could be. He didn't use those words.
Well, they're not gonna spend it on anything.
On this
except-
program, but you even outlined that you could buy one house. Well, they're not going to.
Well,
If we gotta make
Right.
sure that's the case, that's what the letter of intent should be saying.
I don't wanna say, I don't care what they do with it, but
No.
I want to earmark these dollars, commit them to affordable housing, attainable housing board, so they can use that money to make affordable housing happen.
And I
We can
think the
call
letter
it
of
whatever,
intent
but
does.
that's the intent and the spirit behind the motion, was to transfer this money out of wherever it exists and get it into the affordable housing account.
Okay.
But I some kind of need to move forward, one way or the other. I'm willing to do whatever, Mr. Chair.
All right. Has everybody got their questions answered or statements made here at the table?
Yes.
You know where I stand.
I see anything from the room or online. I see no hands raised at this time. Okay, so could you repeat our motion so we know the motion?
So the motion is to commit 200,982.78 of the ARPA funds to attainable housing.
And so may I ask a question to Braden?
You may.
Thank you. Would a better word be transfer instead of commit?
No, commit probably works best, and then we'll have to do a budget resolution in order to actually allocate it the way it needs to be within that account, but we are committing that, we would be committing that
Okay.
amount.
So we
It's a-
follow up with a budget amendment.
Okay, so
With
let
the
me
resolution.
add on to that then. If it's called a letter of commitment, that's a different story, Tom. It's the transfer is saying, okay, I'm gonna give you $200,000.
Right.
But the commitment is for this project. And a letter of commitment means that every time they wanna, if we're gonna transfer the money, whether it's one piece of it at a time, however they wanna draw on it. It's a commitment from us to earmark this money, and I'm all for that,
Okay. And I don't
not transfer.
I
wanna
don't
give
look at this
$200,000.
$200,000 and this project as being one and the same, totally different things.
I was gonna say, I think what we tell the state in our grant request is one thing, what you all have to do internally
Well,
as
yeah,
far as
that's
controlling is
different.
another thing.
We're committing the 200,000 as far as I'm concerned. Transferring it into a bank account and saying, knock yourself out now, and not understanding it is not what that means to me. Got it?
I'm okay
Wanna
with that.
transfer it.
I'm okay with that philosophy. Yeah, I didn't say take this money and do whatever you want with it. That's not the spirit of the
But when
motion.
you say transfer it.
Well, that they have the money. There's no more talking about
The
it.
commitment
It's
does
there.
that to us. That's how, what Braden was just saying.
I think Braden has a comment on that. If you would, sir.
Transfer is not the right word. We
No, it
would
isn't.
never transfer
Okay.
money out of the general fund
That's right.
into the general fund. And so it's really just
Committing it to do.
And
that.
then the budget resolution is where we would officially say that this amount is able to be used there.
Okay, authorize.
Right, but
The
you guys can make
disbursement of those
commitments at
funds.
any time
Right.
that it's supposed to go towards something.
And I guess I would make one more comment, even though we were calling the question.
Well, I didn't.
He didn't.
No, you didn't call a question, but I was.
He didn't want,
getting ready- I was
he's getting
ready to
antsy.
call
He's
a
gotta
vote.
get out of it.
And I share a lot of your angst, sir. And I'm not trying to beat you guys up here or anything today. We did commit verbally to earmarking this $200,000 for our attainable housing in Custer County. And so I agree that we need to make that money available. I have a blank check is a hard thing to turn loose of here. But I think I'm at a point to where, yes, we commit this money to the attainable housing, and to your point, it could or could not be used right here. My philosophy would be to say, this project's been in the works for a long time. We need to move it off of ground zero, and it needs to happen. I share some angst about the order of things. Maybe I'm totally wrong. I perfectly well could be. But I know the $25,000 you referred to the other day is for some of these non-deliverables. That is something that needs to happen no matter where you go or what you do in searching for money. And I fully understand that. So, I just have some angst But we do need to commit the money, I feel, to do this and move it forward. So.
I guess in the comment you made, and it is a concern. Shaffa has, I signed off a grant request yesterday morning for an amendment to the Shaffa support to our technical assistance, which will pay in part some of this stuff. They're definitely limited to $20,000. And just process wise, I would like, however, it might ultimately be due in the allocation of these 200,000 plus attainable fund is if Chaffer runs out of money in support of our grant efforts, I would like to be able to use some of this allocated money to again support some of that.
See, it brings up a good point. Yeah, we need visibility. We need to see how, and that helps us see that. So we're going to commit this money to be used for affordable housing. You're going to come back and you're going to say, well, we didn't need this time. We're going to get 20,000 to keep it alive. We need that. We can put it out that way. That out of that commitment goes to affordable housing. Then it gets transferred, or a resolution to transfer it into whatever the bank account is that you're going to write checks on.
It'll be
our
it's your
or we write. I'm just using that as an example.
And there's still gonna be some oversight.
So that's the oversight.
why, yeah. I
But
mean,
yeah,
It's not like you have a checkbook and now we don't have anything to say about how.
I'm not accusing him of
Right.
anything,
I
but
get it.
but it's our process and it's our visibility. And that's a good way to do it, because rather than saying, okay, you got 200,000 and come back whenever you tell us you're going to come back, you would come up with, we're going to know what the process is. We're going to know where this is turned down here pretty soon or not. We're going to know where the bank's going to support it or not. And you're not going to be needing the money until next month. It doesn't matter. So I like that.
the thing about it is, this is moving at a pace that there has the potential of being a problem, of a stopper, if I have to wait 2 weeks.
But you don't if we commit it.
If you commit it to it, where I can go and say,
talk, we can need it, get a resolution in here and we'll pay, write the check.
Okay,
I am gonna call a question, sir.
I was just getting ready to call for the
All
vote.
right, then I'll withdraw.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor to commit the remaining ARPA monies in the sum of $200,982.78 to attainable housing. Those in favor of said motion signify by saying aye.
And we all know you mean Attainable Housing Board, right?
Attainable Housing Board, my
Aye.
mistake, sir.
Commitment to it. Aye. Did you say aye already?
I did, yeah.
I didn't hear it.
Aye.
Sorry.
So the motion does carry. Sorry, it
Now,
took a long time to
quick
get there, sir.
Question, because I know somebody back there is just about to jump out of her skin. I think you want a letter of intent or commitment from us
It's a letter
today.
of commitment.
sooner the better.
Okay, I would propose that we take a break, we hammer out the verbiage. And then consider a motion to sign that letter today.
Well, I think we don't have to hammer out that verbiage per se. We just have to make the resolution that we will do it. And that gives us time to get it done right. We don't
I
have-
need something,
And by the end of today, right?
well, yes,
Or whenever it is, we can.
so
do
I
that.
can scan it
Right.
and make it
Why
as part
can't
of
we
the
hammer it
package.
out on letterhead and sign it if that's what the board?
Well, we
chooses
can,
to do?
but my point is that we got a lot of things to do,
Yeah.
and we do it in order, and then we can get something happening in the background. Yeah, matter of fact, Braden could be writing a letter of intent,
That's-
draft right now.
That's
and we can
one,
look at it.
that's one of three.
Well, that's-
letters of intent.
Or Clint can do that,
We will recess,
or
uh,
he can do that.
we will recess and be back here.
So that's
at
easy to do.
11 o'clock.
Thank you.
I apologize. I need to go
Yeah.
deliver Meals on Wheels. I didn't realize this was gonna.
Well, it does every time.
I know.
Here,
I know.
This is my rough draft, so you, I know.
Thank
that
you
I
very
need to
much.
change the
We'll see
dollar
you.
amount.
Have fun driving around.
You bet.
The dollar amount would need to change. I believe.
And keep it easy
I did.
instead of getting to the pennies. 200K or whatever. Way to go. See, now Clint's involved. That's all we needed to do.
Sure, I'll take credit for it.
There you
Right.
go.
And you should, Clint.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't finished the letter, but that would be a,
So that we can say Clint agreed, and here's what he changed. and
I
that-
agree, Jennifer, it's fantastic.
There you go. Okay.
does, I mean, the only other thing I was thinking is with the conversation you all were having was, do you want reports quarterly? Do you want them monthly? You know,
Yeah, let me see what you.
I just put that they would provide you reports.
Provide updates. on
Provide
the
updates.
Process.
And I was just how frequent.
Cause they don't come in for a monthly report, I would.
Well, and
When we could list that out,
you could put it on a monthly reporting schedule.
Jennifer, you got that draft over there, right?
Uh-huh.
So this, if we have to change the word, you can be real time with that. We don't have to-
Yeah.
That's good.
But, you know, the only thing that I was thinking is provide updates on the process. Yeah. Yeah, to actually give timeframes. When will they? Do they need to come in?
No, I think they can call it in from the Caribbean where they'll be with this.
With the 200,000? Uh-huh. Are you feeling okay? Well, you look terrible. Well, I wasn't gonna say that to you. I was meaning, oh, not, you know.
Think you too stinking hungry to be not okay. How's the miss? You doing okay?
Yeah, she
Getting
worked
better?
for me.
It was good to see you guys in the restaurant the other day. That was funny.
Yes.
Your wife's a great hugger.
Oh, she loves to do that. I have to pull her off, guys.
Well, don't you pull her off of me, you rat. You're not.
No. Oh, here. No.
I brought my laptop so I could get some.
Well, I thought you could say you brought your lunch.
Yeah,
I
probably should have.
Yeah. Well, tell her I said hello, would you please?
I will. When Braden came out the other day to make a house call, he was blown away by that brand. Oh, that you was Shannon.
One down, two to go.
Peter.
yes, indeed,
Yeah.
it's a process.
Well, you've both been very complimentary about that, and I appreciate it, but
Well,
not necessary.
it's necessary for me, boy.
Well,
I wouldn't get in that house.
and when did your laryngitis set in?
You know, it's kind of been on and off for a couple of months.
This was
It's been pretty much steady for a week.
my only comment. Was timeframes for updates.
Oh, yeah, it wouldn't have to be in here.
Yeah. that-
You look at it. I
Yeah.
thought I saw her hand you a piece of paper.
Yep,
when
I did.
was Running
I had to
to
get
the
it back.
bathroom.
He was doing the potty hands.
Well, I mean,
Either one of you can sit very still in your seats. So who's doing your massage?
Melissa,
When are you getting a massage? Can I go inside
I'm
your
supposed
shed?
to be there at 3:15, but I'm getting a little nervous.
He thinks that's functional.
Okay. I don't think Bill has seen it yet. I'll let him look at it and see it.
Nope, I saw it being whipped around, but it looked logical.
All righty.
Do you think we'll need a motion to that effect? Or was that a result of?
No, as a result.
Why?
You know, the splash zone up here.
So we could, I'm open to doing it either way. If it's the
I don't
result,
care, you
then
guys
do
keep
it.
doing it, make yourself happy, all good.
If you're good, then you're good. I'm good. Okay.
It's got a signature line on it for you.
Not yet. Put a signature line on it and give it to Kevin.
Okay,
And a date, if there wasn't one, I
there
don't know.
is a date on it.
Okay,
Okay, do you want me to?
fire up.
Okay.
I hope you mean by fire up to go ahead and start the hour, right? Because I've seen her fired up the other day. It wasn't pretty. He was fired up to me.
What? You're good.
All right. Time is now 11 a.m. I will reconvene this meeting of the Custer County Board of Commissioners. Our next item up on the agenda is a consideration of allocating LATCF funds to attainable housing. And
How much? Where's the how much on that?
LATCF, you said?
Mhm.
Well, there's 139,000 roughly in there now.
Left on the 400,000 that was there.
Yes. Unencumbered balance. 139,804.
And that's a distribution, the first distribution
Yes.
of two.
That's the remaining balance of
Of
the
the
first. of
480,000.
distribution. Yeah.
you, would you like to address this, sir?
We can accommodate in our disclosure to the grant request if we also want to include funds that would be expected to be available in the second distribution. So if we want to take this amount or any part of it and some of a with the intent of a second distribution to kick the number up total, that's, we believe that's acceptable for the grant proposal.
You mean wait for the next distribution? If we committed some out of it.
Yeah.
How much is the sum? What do you think?
So
50K?
Well, if we
May I ask her
total
address that?
200, that'd be great.
Yes, by all means.
So in that original proposal that I presented to the board on the LATCF money,
Mhm.
the original proposal was law enforcement 200, workforce housing 200, airport 75, landfill 100, BSO 75, recycling 50, community outreach 36,000, and the general fund grant matching dollars, we were gonna hold 100,000.
Mhm.
So in that original document, the proposal was 200,000.
And I want to make a motion to stay that way, 200,000.
I'll second.
Affordable home housing, because we've allocated, it's what we agreed to, and it saves some money for us. Because
Yeah, we'll still, now, we haven't said, your motion didn't say when we were gonna do that, right? Because we don't know.
no,
That's the problem.
it can be next year.
But you
whatever.
said to support
it's
the 200,000.
That's right.
Yeah, I'll second that.
So your motion is to
Make available $200,000 of the LATCF funds. for
Commit
affordable
again
housing.
is a good word for
Commit.
you back there.
And we don't,
Okay.
so yeah, out
It
of the
doesn't-
future LATC,
Yeah,
Yes,
F funds, because we don't have those available at this
Right.
time. So that may be this year and it may be next year, because they come in December sometime.
And I don't know that we owe the state in this submittal, the details.
but it's a commitment.
Yeah,
No letter of commitment.
same format, different subject on the
Right.
bottom.
So is there any other discussion?
yes. That's what I was waiting for,
Go ahead, sir.
which I wanted to make sure that Charles and we all know and understand. We do not know when we're gonna get that money. The treasury language said 1 year after the first disbursement. And I think we got that money in November. So I'm guessing it'll be the last quarter at the earliest. To your point, it will not be 2025 or 2024. Treasury has to release those funds in 2023, so it will be this calendar year.
But then by the time they come to us and in and out, it may be 2020.
Yeah, before the funds are made available, but did you
That
see a date, Jennifer? And it doesn't matter. It's not that big a deal. I just think it was
I think
either.
that's something that, like you say, we need to
Right.
know, because that will affect our potential disbursement with the RFP opposed to this. So
Yeah, it's not like if we commit it, you're gonna have the money in July. That won't happen.
understood, I thought.
no
So
problem.
that was one of the things I wanted to clarify there.
And I clarified with our consultant last night that that's okay. As far as,
There's money that's gonna be there, it's available. Like you said, we're not gonna get this built.
as
So,
fast as we would like to.
right,
Right.
and so we have this remaining balance of 139 that still stays where it is. This, I believe this motion has nothing to do with that 139. This is new round of funding in
It's
2023.
combined.
Right.
There.
Because I wanted to point out that we had committed 36,000 of that to community outreach.
Right.
And 100,000 of that to landfill. Not of this necessarily,
Yeah.
but of whatever remaining balance there is. It'd
And
be-
100,000 for other grant matches, so which
Right,
will probably transpire throughout this coming year.
Right.
So.
yeah.
I would not.
So
like
it'd
to
be
see that number
414
go
plus
away.
139 minus 200. Is what we have left to commit. Does that make sense? Because we believe we're gonna get another 414,000. And we have 139,000, so we add those two together and then we take the 200,000 commitment out of that, we should meet all of our objectives.
Anything else from the table?
Nope, I'll call the question before you get excited.
Well, I would like to offer the opportunity for the public to comment.
I was gonna say,
Yeah, I
I
may-
thought you were gonna say you'd like to
Would you
have the
care to
opportunity.
To pull that back. so
Oh,
we can have some
okay.
Public comment. Public comment from the room
No, online.
and nothing online. Okay, I have a motion on the floor to commit $200,000 of LATCF funds to attainable housing. Those in favor of this motion
I'll ask after the vote.
signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. The motion carries. That one was easy.
And a letter subsequent to this too, or no?
Please.
She's
Do
got
you want it on two separate or
Two
this?
separate
two
letters.
separate,
That'd be okay.
different fund.
Now you can scan.
Yep, well, and
You may not need
Not a
both
problem.
for one particular grant.
It just makes it cleaner.
So,
And may I, sir, ask a question to the one esteemed Charles Bogle?
yes, sir.
Thank you.
You
We
see
talked
that
about
once
it.
esteemed.
Once esteemed, yeah, I didn't say one esteemed, once. So we've talked, it's been mentioned here a couple of times today, and I've thought about this. When would it be, or is it appropriate now to have that property appraised? Formally pay for an appraisal?
That is a question that we don't need to satisfy today's deal, but it I think it would be good. We haven't had a hard requirement for it yet,
Right.
but it
Understood.
comes up.
So I wonder if there's anybody in the room that could give us an idea how much appraisal would cost.
About 250.
No, it's more than that. We just had some appraisals. I worked with a friend of ours that was going through the process.
Well, we did one on our property, and I may be wrong, it may have been more like 400 something.
But it's
450
not,
Is that what it was?
not thousands of dollars.
400. It'll be
I
900.
think we have an appraiser on our attainable housing board, and I can at
Oh,
least
you do have an appraiser on
I
your
can,
attainable housing board.
get a. I understand there might be a conflict there, but I can certainly find out what she's.
I would recommend that we get an appraisal. Because I know Charles, I've sat in meetings in Colorado Springs with him. It's hard for him to say, well, we have property.
That's
Well,
his,
What's it worth?
It's his
Well,
board. He can go get it.
So if we had a hard appraisal and document
I would
that.
have a question for that. Is this for a single appraisal or an appraisal on each lot?
I would think it's one appraisal on all the lots. Tell us how much these lots are worth. Whether they're the 12 or the 7.
I think that falls into a category that it's always a question. And there's gonna be a hard requirement that's come up, and we probably won't have enough time to
Right.
do it at the time.
Problem is it connected to sewer and water and electric yet?
I
All
don't
those
know
ones, I
what
don't
the
think they
basis
are.
of appraisal
So that
are,
would-
and I
that
can
would
assure
impact the
you
appraisal
that it seems like while we aren't planning it necessarily, the schedules for Round Mountain's resolution and approval from CDPHE and this effort are running fast enough that we don't have conflicts.
I think the longer you wait, the better it'll be.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm just worried about all of a sudden now we need, for a grant, we need an appraisal. Well, we don't have one.
Yeah, and it takes
If it's
time.
under $500, I think it's money well spent, even if in a year or year and a half, we have to turn around and do it again.
That's his money.
Yeah,
And then
Not the rest of
does
the
it
side.
change the appraisal if you have 12 lots or 18 lots?
I think,
the same land area.
basis that will do it and the environmental assessment that we talked, we separate the two. And especially since we're working with UCOG on the 7 and the others, that logically they're different. So I would
Yes.
assume we'd have two separate.
Yeah.
Two different blocks.
Yeah.
Appraisal
But your
appropriate.
12 and 18 are all the same lots.
True, but
So, but the appraisal, I would assume needs
It
to
could be
take
different
place.
depending on what it
That would
is.
change the appraisal if you have 18 lots, even if it's the same
I
land
think-
mass.
I think it's a firm that we're gonna want to go with the 18. We started this dialogue over a year ago with the idea that one way that we could realize ultimately lower cost for renters and whatever was to increase the density. And with the confidence that we've got with Silver Cliff, there's no reason why we would want to back off from that.
And they may not do an official appraisal without town of Silver Cliff approving those small.
You can do a market analysis is what you do, and that's
That's the case.
cheaper, and
Do it on the
then you
vacant
would do an
land.
appraisal
Yeah.
depending on what the things are at the time or something. And we don't need to make that decision now.
No,
I mean, it's not our job to do that. Right? So
Well-
it's a good advice.
I would put in a quick plug, even though it may not be the right time. I know it doesn't have anything to do with this conversation, but if anyone knew someone on the Round Mountain Board, I would still continue to highly encourage them to maybe put a little skin in the game as well as far as water and sewer taps.
Oh, be done. You know, I support that.
I am not on that board, so I can't commit to any of that, but I would still highly recommend.
Some of us know some of the folks and we will relate that.
Yeah,
So, you know, because it is a community thing. they're part of the community and I'm sure they know the need as well, but I just would like to reiterate that again. So our next item up would be consideration of authorizing Charles Vogel to be named as administrator of the Attainable Housing Grant, and I'm assuming that is the one that we were referring to all along this morning.
Transformation.
Is it all of them or just this one?
Depends on how much you all wanna
Like-
restrain my,
Well, no, Charles, it's a legitimate question.
Yeah.
You just said the likelihood of getting this one's not likely, and so you're gonna pursue others. Are we gonna meet every time you got a grant?
Well, I-
Make you the boss?
how much latitude you wanna give me.
It's attainable housing. Grant administration.
I mean, I signed something with Chaffa day before yesterday as chairman.
Well, I
Which
would,
had no obligation. It basically gave the county something. But
Well, in our September meeting minutes, we authorized you to work with Kathy. I think I'm probably what you just signed. So go ahead.
I was gonna ask Charles, would a motion be better stated if it was the chairman of the Attainable Housing Board or name you specifically?
Chairman. I think.
probably be better that the chairman.
The chairman, whoever that might be. right?
You
That's
can
what
get
I'm
people to
thinking.
write that thing.
So I would move that we authorize the chairman of our Attainable Housing Board to serve as the grant administrator for that board.
And that satisfies another one of these requirements.
Is that?
I'll second it. Or did you second it?
I was asking clarification on the motion. Does that include signature? You said grant
Yeah, whatever.
Whatever it
is
takes to
required
do.
by the grant administrator.
Just so we're all clear on that. And I have a second on that. So I do have a motion on the floor to,
No authorization to apply.
so I have a motion on the floor to authorize the chairman of the Attainable Housing Board to act as administrator and signature on grant applications. Any further discussion here at the table?
No.
We good there, B,
So
chairman being the signatory on these grants. I mean, I did it on my 2 grants I just wrote, so.
Yeah, as far as
Could be anybody.
the grant allows for it, it should be fine.
I'm good.
any discussion from the room? I see no hands online. Those in favor of authorizing the chair of the Attainable Housing Board to be administrator and signator on grants.
I have a question, I'm sorry. Is that, do you have a time frame? Do you limit the time frame to 2 years or is it forever until you revoke it?
Good question.
No, I think the Attainable Housing Board's got to function.
As long as it attainable housing board in existence.
And I think we have a gentleman's agreement that we're going to be informed along the way, right? So.
I mean,
So there is no time frame on the motion.
We'll know when they run out of money.
Oh, yeah.
So those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Charles, just as a reminder, the grants that you apply for and sign, I need a copy of.
Okay.
Please.
no problem. I
And
was
any-
gonna ask that question. What kind of depth do we need on that?
Yeah, I
Copy,
don't need all the
Jennifer.
other pre-stuff or whatever, but the final, the grant application and stuff. Or approvals that you get or whatever, I need a copy of.
No
And
problem.
then anytime anything is coming that you know is coming or has come, make sure that Virginia's office is also aware of that because we have had funds come in and nobody knew where they came from. That does happen with the new electronic transfers. There's no line to write in sometimes.
I think that was part of one of those investigations of trying to figure out where money was.
So I would highly recommend, highly encourage, that anytime any monies are coming, that the treasurer's office is aware of where they're coming from and what they're.
Well, and like I say, our account is your account.
Yeah.
So,
But we wouldn't have a day-to-day knowledge that you're expecting a reimbursement on a grant, so.
You got working copy, Jennifer.
you bet.
All right,
Thank you all.
I think we're done.
I think
Several
so.
things that you.
Gosh,
What about the letters? Did you? get
Well-
them?
Hey, Charles, if you will come over here and have a couple of questions for you.
Okay, and then when those are ready to sign, I will sign them and get you a copy of those.
Gentlemen, I have one question with these motions. Was it for matching funds or was it just funds?
No wording of matching funds.
Okay, I just wanted to make that revision. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, wait, he's still
What
writing.
is the one?
Next item up is ratification of the signature on the EMPG grant.
I move we ratify the signature on the EMPG grant. Your signature.
Is it mine or is yours?
Yes,
Both.
I think it was both, wasn't it?
various pieces.
The one that's in the file today is your signature, but I think I have one on there. So I would second that motion. Discussion on that.
Yes, sir. Let me get on the right screen, sir.
Okay.
I wanted to indicate that I wanted to speak, so he didn't move on, but I gotta pull it up. So, closed out too many screens here. One, I want to commend Jennifer. She did a great job putting our board packet together today. My gosh, I haven't counted them, but I'll bet there's 16 attachments for our board pack. So which document specifically are we talking about?
Bill,
This will be for the 2023
Yeah.
program grant. For EMPG.
So I see 1, 2,
Thank you.
3.
you bet.
Well, Kevin and Braden signed one. And that's the signature authorization form. Which, no idea what it goes to, because that's the only thing there is. And then we have a request for the identification number. And then I see the part 3 of the EMPG grant. Don't know if there's a signature. Yeah. So Bill and Braden signed those. No, you, Bill, not that Bill, sorry. So what document we talking about, gentlemen, when you made that motion and seconded it?
It's the authorization form. It says for the Division of Homeland Security Emergency Management.
Okay,
That's Kevin and Braden. And then Braden had the W-9.
all right, well, let's do them one at a time then, huh? So we know what we're talking about, or you want to do them all?
Do them all. The other one is
And I'm not trying to be antagonistic. I want to ask this question if I may, Mr. Chairman. Do you, whoever signed it, do you have a copy of that document?
We have a copy here, yes,
Now I'm talking about the authorization form, whatever document that goes to, Kevin and Brady.
got it right here and he's got it over and Braden's got it.
I'm not talking about the signature form. I'm talking about the whole document. I'm assuming that attaches to the EMPG grant, correct?
There are any number of parts.
Okay,
Right.
The obvious potential for confusion is fourth quarter 2022 due on the 10th and today.
okay,
And then going forward with the 2023 grants. Kevin as chair. Bill as supervisory to the director. And Braden as CFO for all of those. And Jennifer has them all scanned. I have paper copies
Your paper copy.
in my office.
Bill May, we don't have any of that. All we are seeing is a signature page. I don't even know what it's to.
Oh,
No, the rest of
That's the
that's in
problem.
there too, and you've got all this.
Everything that was sent.
I'm just saying, all I see in my board packet is a signature form for something. I have no idea what it's supposed to be attached to.
That was just one piece of it. If you look
Of
there
it being,
of the grant. From what I understood, so if you take a look into your drive. You're gonna see there's gonna be a whole bunch of things that are notated with E. So there's a signature authorization, the W-9, the EMPG 3, Part 3,
right,
the OEM director, the assistant director. So all of those were documents that were submitted
It's
in
their
the
own
EMPG grant.
okay,
Now, if you're talking about the entire grant package, I don't.
got a file cabinet.
okay.
So,
And gentlemen, tell me if I'm being weird here, right? We're talking about a signature page. My question is, to what? What's that page go to?
Yeah, I think it has a job description for, it goes for a job description 1/1/23 to 12/31/23, so it's for the fiscal, the whole year. Of what's
the
in there
job
and the essential duties of the. Of the emergency management, what is in there as well as
Part of the middle.
part of the submittal.
Well, understand that.
That's what the signature page was, and then it goes into. The hourly rates, it goes into EMPG grant, local manager support, LMS program funding application part of it. Signed by Braden and them and the OEM field manager signature
and this is their village. So that's what.
and the
that's-
jurisdiction.
This right
of the
here, yeah,
office.
I'm looking at that.
But that's what it's for.
Is this a standalone document?
Yes.
This
Yeah.
signature page,
Yes.
doesn't have to be attached to the MPG grant,
Correct.
okay?
It's a piece of the whole electronic submittal. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
the state is in a revision mode of the databases and systems.
Yeah.
And some of these documents are only digital once they've been submitted up the line.
And then the
This is-
second, oh, it's the same, sorry.
And this was the
There's
same
two
as the
of
year
those.
before.
And then W-9 goes in with the grant as an attachment.
For them to be able to send financial information.
Right. And then the Part 3, which was gonna be one of my questions in this whole deal, how much is the MPG grant? I'm assuming Part 3 answers that.
I'd have to check with Christy Coleman. There's just the time lag.
This is what
very-
pays their wages and everything. It's a big amount.
I think the total for the minimum grant, if memory serves, was about 40,000. And then various counties do not participate, which fattens the pot,
Right.
if you will, for other counties who are
This
participating.
total request here is 110,000, federal reimbursements, 55,000 on top of that. That's,
Well, the most we were eligible to get reimbursed from the feds is half of the total request.
It's a 50-50
it says it.
maximum.
Okay. So,
One half is 55,050 on this one.
So all of the fourth quarter 2022 dollars, if you will. Today is the deadline for Christy Coleman to push that uphill. And she had that information since the 10th or 11th.
Yeah.
Because she had vacation planned. I had an attachment with Adrian.
So I have a process question then, Mr. Chair. Assuming the both job descriptions are going to be part of this document,
Yes, and that's
Right here.
the staffing plan.
okay? So back to my original question earlier in the meeting, I don't believe we have voted to approve either one of those job descriptions, or even three of them. Assistant OEM, OEM director, or admin assistant director, correct?
Was it
We've done the
approved,
work, we have not approved them.
it had gone through, that's what we're ratifying. Now, I signed it as a vice chair here. Braden signed it and Bill Christie did.
He's referring to the job
Job description.
descriptions themselves that are being submitted.
That's what I've got a hold of.
Well, we don't, so I'm. The one I've got doesn't have a signature on it, and it. Well,
I don't know what it.
there isn't a signature, number one. Let me see what you're looking at, if I may. I don't know when you say you've got it. I'm not sure what that means. Just, I'm just talking about the job description.
Job description's right in there. For several of them.
Well, here's the interim director. Do you need that?
That is for me
Correct.
as a county employee.
Does that need to go in with the EMPG grant?
No,
That was a separate deal.
And
That's the one that was included in this.
They had another
So-
job description in there too, I think. I don't know. Anyway,
well, here's a job description, but it doesn't say what it's for. Now, I'm assuming this is the interim one, right? Because it said continued. Right,
license required, this is the same thing. There's two of them here. That's the rest of it.
Interim director. Because that was
right,
the important thing at the time.
right. I'm just asking, does that have to go in the interim director job description, have to go in with the MPG grant? And then I understood you to say, no, it didn't, correct? But the new,
And then with Ms. Knappy coming on board and me morphing, if you will, there'll be some other
We'll have to
do-overs on
redo the,
signature forms.
right,
but the job descriptions need to go in with the EMPG grant application.
The interim position went with the 2023 package.
right.
And that's all that there was at the time. It supports the staffing plan, which is probably part 2 or part 3. And then when things change, employee status wise, we'll have to resubmit for the 2023 program package.
And that's what this is all based on, it's where the money she came up with and
I
half of
believe
it, right?
to your question, then the interim one does have to go in with this grant because at the present time, that's what we have as an interim director.
True, but it already went in.
And
It already-
is-
That's why we're ratifying.
Yeah,
So I, Mr. Chair, I don't apologize for my misunderstanding here, but I pulled up the, not in any particular order, the OEM assistant job description. I pulled that up out of our board packet. Number one, there's no signature line on it. Nobody needs to sign that. But we have not approved that. Unless I'm mistaken, I don't believe we voted to adopt this job description for the deputy assistant. No, okay, I would move that we do adopt the job description for the position of the Office of Emergency Management Deputy Assistant.
I'll say it.
and a motion on the floor to adopt the job description for the OEM deputy assistant position. Any further discussion on that?
One question for Braden, and it's really a process question for us. Are we ever gonna get around to capping these job description salaries?
Happen. What do you mean by that?
Well, we've talked, Kelly and I, and we've talked about a particular job, starting at this, and this is the maximum salary. That's what I'm getting at. This says to be determined. I don't know if we need to make that sausage today, but at some point, I think we gotta start getting the corral built around these job descriptions.
Yeah, we're getting the recipe for that sauce.
So I'm fine with to be determined now, but we can always revisit it. Thank you, sir.
Any discussion from the room? Not seeing anything online. Those in favor of the motion to adopt the job description for the Office of Emergency Management Deputy Assistant signify by saying aye.
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 All right. And then the other job description, obviously, is for the OEM director.
Let's finish ratifying this to be able to vote on it.
Well, we have
have
two
a motion,
documents that
don't
are
we?
going that have not been
Oh, we did.
approved, so
I made a motion to accept the whatever, to ratify the signatures. That was what this was about. You seconded it, so what do we do?
yes, you did.
We were in discussion.
We were in discussion.
Right.
And part of that discussion revolved around the fact that we had two job descriptions that were not approved, that were in this packet. And so that business was being taken care of before we voted on the motion to.
That was my.
Now, the see, the job description for the OEM director was approved.
I respectfully
Remember
disagree.
wait a minute, they went through and
We hammered that out in
Yeah.
a workshop,
Yeah.
but we never voted on it. We never took any action on it.
So in that light, I would move that we approve the
And
job description. The one we have presented here is for the interim
correct.
position, but I believe that is the same job description. Am I correct?
it should be because we made
Braden,
him the full-time guy.
what do you think, Braden?
About approving it.
No, we have got a copy of the interim job, the job description for the interim director. We do not have a copy of the job description for the director. They may be one and the same, I don't know.
Right, yeah, I think I'd forgotten that was during the workshop, but so I think that stands that
It
we
was,
discussed it, but we did not officially vote on it.
So this
for the,
interim director job description is the same as the director position. As far as the job description is
as
concerned.
far as I'm concerned, because the OEM, that was run through Christie as well, so they tried to make it as inclusive as they could of everything, so to me, it's
Okay,
the OEM doing the job description.
My only question would be salary. That's probably not going to be the same.
For the interim.
It's whatever the salary is now, that's what they're basing it on.
Right, and then that was well, maybe Bill was gonna address this, but that was one question there was the salary that was at least proposed in that one that I signed.
Right. So when Braden signed the interim director, there was salary mentioned toward the bottom.
Yes, I'm looking at it. Yeah.
That was solely for the purposes of driving dollars into the grant package.
Okay,
And I told Braden I wouldn't hold him to the 57K or whatever it is.
yeah, 57, 220.
Because we had different discussion on the 29th
Right.
of December. And I think back to the job description of this versus that, I think all we did was add the word interim to an existing OEM director description. And that's what Braden and I signed, and I said, I'm not even looking at the salary.
And thank you for that.
I won't hold you to the $1 million.
Yeah, so my question is, if we adopt a job description today, is it gonna have a salary range in it?
It's whatever he's had so far, and
And this doesn't, this has a dollar amount, so I don't
doesn't change.
think we should be adopting this document as our.
And I'm scrolled down to that. I believe with when we did the interviews and did the hire, it was for a range of 50 to 60.
Right.
So I would move that we adopt the job description for OEM director as presented, with the exception of the salary range, and the salary range on that document would be 50 to 60,000.
I will second that motion.
Any discussion here at the table?
Nope.
There is a date on that job description, which I find a little weird. An inclusive date, 1/1/23 to 12/31/23.
Because
Now,
that
that was probably.
for the grant.
So
That's just for the
I
grant.
would suggest we take that out, but other than that, I think we're good.
It's the job description we work in our workshop for the hiring of the OEM, and that's what we approved to base it against. And now we can
Yes,
ratify that if you want to. But that's the job description.
I would withdraw my motion at this point that I have on the table.
And offer
I
a
would offer a replacement motion to ratify or to approve the job description that we as worked up in our workshop. With the stated range of $50,000 to $60,000.
I will second that.
There you go.
Okay. Any other discussion here at the table on that? Then?
And is Bill gonna need that? This new job description for 2023?
No, it's got it in the packet. This is it. And when it has the date. on
I will forward the one
it. This is it.
put online.
The interim.
Thank you for that.
Well. It
That's
can't say interim, Bill.
No,
That's not
no,
it.
Okay.
This is what. we
If I
still
may
have to-
interject, gentlemen, Braden has offered to send that particular job description to Mr. Christie. So we have that taken care
So
of.
he can have it in his file.
So
Well,
What's he gonna
if
do?
I may, sir, my question was to Bill, do you need to send this new job description with the EMPG grant? I would like for you to answer that, if you know the answer.
I do not know the answer.
Okay.
I will check with Christy Coleman
Okay,
because of the new person. And we're in the first quarter
Right.
for the 23 program. That new person plus me in whatever capacity will feed the staff, the staffing
Right.
plan,
Right.
which drives the.
But let me
dollars.
tell you what I know now. Because I worked it with Adrian before Christmas, and that's when they redid the job description and put in the things that we had in our workshop. And after that, Christie has the copy of that. And what she won't have is the salary that we're actually paying the new director. So she'll need to know the job description. She can update the one that she's got, and she'll have the salary that we offer, but she'll have that for her records. That's what I know about. That's when I talked to Christie.
I believe that timeline's a little out. We did get a description from her. We workshopped it.
Right.
and
Yeah,
now
that's correct.
Now we have it. I don't think she has what we got workshopped.
I sent her something I wanted to say.
so. So that you know, we
So she's
have a
expecting-
job description for the OEM manager. We hired the OEM manager under that job description. We just never formally adopted that job description. That's what I'm after
Right.
today. So
And that's
this
what's on-
interim thing has nothing to do with this conversation.
Right.
That's where I'm, at. So,
Okay.
and Braden has it, correct? We had and should have a hard copy of it. I don't have a digital copy of it, I don't think. In our interview packet, we had the job description.
I'll send it.
That's the one you made a motion to adopt.
Right.
And I believe I said,
Yes. And that motion is still on the floor. Any further discussion here at the table? Anything from the room? I'm not seeing any hands online. Those in favor of adopting the job description that was developed at our work session with the dollar amount of $50,000 to $60,000 in it, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Now back to the original motion on the floor. To
That was
This
your
is-
motion, right, Bill?
Was it seconded?
Yep.
For the ratification of the signatures on the EMPG grant. Any further discussion on that? Anything in the room? Nothing online. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
I,
Aye.
Aye. That motion carries. All right. Thank you, sir, for being here for that. Appreciate that. Next item would be consideration of an on-call maintenance contractor.
Yeah. Okay, I'll introduce this. Here's the hard copy of what you got on the packet. Give that.
thank you.
Go. Okay, we started this back in 2019, looking at a way of getting a on-call buildings repair and maintenance contract. At that time, we went through it, agreed we needed to do it. I included all the discussion items we had back then in this draft. This is not contract, this is just what the essence of the contract would have in it. And it's not the RFP that will follow. So if you take a look at it, let me get back here. It was back, this was dated in, we did revive it in September 30th, 2021, when we had a discussion in here. And we voted to actually look at, we discussed it and then we said, come back and let's see what the RFP would look like or what would be included. So that's where I picked it up.
September 2021.
Yeah. 2021 was an email and I pointed out, here's what it would be. And I sent it to Clint after we had our discussion, and Clint wordsmithed it a bit. And then I went over this with Clint yesterday a little bit, talked him through it. So what this is, I'm going to read it. So it's for the record. Custer County will contract a prime contractor to manage and perform all required county-owned buildings, repairs, maintenance. I had Jennifer go through and get a list of all the buildings that we have. I've got that here somewhere as well. Did you put that in the packet, the building?
No.
No, but you could send that if you
I
want.
can-
It doesn't really matter. The buildings that we have and are leased as well, because we're doing the maintenance on the leased buildings. So the prime contractor will not be an employee, and this is Clint making sure that it's understood. It's not an employee of the county and will not receive any benefits. The contract will be for 1 year contract with options to renew each year upon evaluation. So each year we'll come back and see how he did, how he performed, whether he was responsive, whether he got the stuff done and did a good job. And then it'll be renewed for 3 years. And then at that point, we would recompete it, give another contractor a chance to become the prime. Prime contractor must have a valid GC license and the ability to pull permits where needed, if required. Have a working knowledge of standard commercial building systems. And be licensed and bonded. Have established relationships with major subcontractors of the trades, the major trades subcontractors and other vendors as appropriate. And those major trades are HVAC, electric, plumbing, and general construction. There's 4 of them that I'm including. There's lots of other.
HVAC.
HVAC, plumbing, electrical, and general construction. Okay. And I had put that in it. That'll be in the RFP when we put it out and make sure they understand what we're looking at. And the reason for this statement is to have established relationships, because if you have good relationships, then they know who to go to in the community and they'll be responsive, because this is the priority that we're putting on this is to have a quick response. We initially said we'd like it to be 24, but 24 hours is going to be hard to get. As long as they're putting their best guy in as soon as they can, should be good. And so, and the ability, and then I made that statement, the ability to respond quickly is essential. So that's going to be pointed out. And by the way, we will have at the bottom there a bidders conference to explain all this, so that whoever is interested in it understands and gets a tour of the buildings. We can show them the power plants, the electric problems, the heating systems in all our buildings. That's the intent. Next, the prime contract will set up a direct phone number dedicated for use by all county departments and elected officials for county buildings, repair, maintenance, and service calls. There's more than just, there's preventive maintenance. It's the cleaning of the filters on the heating system, for example, or putting the Drano into the system, or keeping the septic systems, putting the bacteria in to keep them going. Manage the Custer County repairs maintenance budget, and I left that TBD. I know I checked with Braden. We've got $17,000 there right now. I had originally said 15,000. That's up to us to decide what that budget he'll have to be able to go and hire a plumber to fix a leak, or to get the roof, like we had the mold problem pop up, break the wall open, whatever. And then that person would also be develop and manage all repair and maintenance service schedules to maintain that. Manage and coordinate all minor / routine repair maintenance projects. So if it's breaking a wall open and then closing it back up and painting it, whatever that project is. Prepare monthly status and budget reports to be presented to at the BOCC meeting. And I had originally said monthly. We can decide whether it's more often than that, but I would recommend it be monthly. Give us a status of where things are, even if nothing's happening. And give us an update on what the budget is remaining in that pot. Prepare appropriate requests, RFPs for proposals, RFPs for the BOCC approval as required for major repairs that are a result of, and we can come up with others here probably. I just use these as examples. The result of accidents, a guy ran into the rail out in front here, or a wall got broken, or weather related, like it did out at the airport when it blew open the skylights and broke the hangar door in half. It's a major insurance issue, or the fire truck froze up and broke the ramp. Those are covered by insurance claims or maybe our capital improvement projects, like the roof needs to be repaired now. If we vote to go do that, this person would manage that as a project for us to bring on the major trades, and others like concrete. That's another trade that would be brought in special cases as well, or whatever the other trades might be. And then that person would also be responsible to solicit sealed bids in a timely fashion for all major maintenance and repair work, and submit those bids, including the prime's own bid. The prime, there's nothing to exclude the fact that this prime contractor may want to be, or could be, one of the major trades. It could be a general contractor that wants to not only manage the whole program, but he could also, if we decide to let this happen, be one of the guys that would be doing the construction. I think likelihood of that happening is probably not great, but we'll see what bidders come in at. And then the bidders conference will be held, and I put down the 28th of February because the intent here, and it's a very timely time to start this now. It's after the first of the year. If we do our evaluations next year, and we'll have time to look at it through, do a meeting in January to see how he's performing and decide whether we're going to recompete it or continue with that same guy. And so the 28th would allow us to get him in here and do a briefing to tell them here's the intent of what we've got, we'll have all that described in the RFP, and give them a tour of the buildings. show them where the issues are, what we're working now, what we might want to do, what kind of capital improvement idea we may have, like the roof on the courthouse for now. And then if they want to, take them around and show them each building, including the airport. So that's sort of the summary of where we are. I have enough here. I've got a couple sample contracts that I've got in mind. We can run the RFP. If we decide to pursue this, then I would send the request for proposal around to each of you, including Clint, for comments and changes before we put that out. I'd like to get it out, to get it in the newspapers, get a PIO release on the fact we're doing it. And it doesn't have to necessarily be a guy that lives in the county unless we want to constrain it to that. Make it a county only contractors. I'll be curious to see who bids on it. It could be a guy that has a part-time house up here and works in the Springs or something, I don't know, to manage it. But if we get it out in time, then we could take a look at it in our next, at the proposal by the 15th or by the, what did I say, the 28th of February. 23 is up.
That's in January there.
I'm looking at the little tiny one.
Oh, okay.
We could, I don't know, the 28th is actually what I would really rather have. I think I meant to have this to be the release. I would like to see this bidders conference occur on the 17th, might make more sense of February. If we can get this out in time, that'll give us 2 weeks. Or perhaps the 24th of February. But I'd like to, we could do it so that on the March meetings, we could open up the bids then maybe. So something to talk about right now, what kind of timing we'd like to see on this. I put, when I put 28 down there, I was for the conference, I think that is a possibility, but I would rather see it on the 24th. Anyway, questions?
Yeah, a couple from me right off here. Under the prime contractor will, second bullet point, manage the Custer County repairs and maintenance budget.
Mhm.
And then followed up by about 3 down, prepare the monthly status and budget reports to be presented at the BOCC meeting.
Yeah, and we could pick whether that's which meeting that would be.
My question is though, he's not a county employee, he's not a department head, he's not any of those. Should he be managing that budget?
Well,
He needs to work within that budget,
Right.
so he needs to know what it is, but I don't believe he should be managing.
no, it's not, that may be a semantics thing. I agree. What it is, the contract will be let to him for a specific amount, and that budget would be our maintenance budget, which is 17 grand currently, but it could be whatever it is. That's what we would award him for the year, would be the use of that money to execute it. And he would have to be submitting invoices to us, to Braden, and go through the process. He would also have to do a review of where he stands on that budget, on how he's spending it down to us. That's what I meant by managing it. So, we've got to get the reports. I think it would be good to have him come in here to report where he is here, just like he would if during the staff report time, or maybe it's a special budget meeting time. We need visibility on where it is, because if we've got more accidents coming up and more leaky windows or broken windows and stuff, that $17,000 won't last too long. It may have to be augmented or whatever, but we would have visibility so that we can throttle him or not, or we can decide not to repair torn carpet.
Yeah, so yeah, I think that he would have the ability to work up to a certain dollar amount without having to come to us. So for
That's right.
the smaller maintenance issues and things of that nature, but anything major would need to be.
That's right, and that's why I spec that out separately. You'd have to get a request for proposal. You gotta figure out what's the big picture.
Yeah.
You know, if it's a quick call because the heater's not working, he needs to get somebody in here to get the heater on before it freezes in here. And so that you have to be willing to get somebody to come in and pay him, it would be whatever it cost, time and materials is for that contractor to come in, just like it is today, to fix that little project. Then at the end of the month, you might have a couple of those that come in, we'd be aware of it, most likely. But we for sure require him to say, here's the budget at that point. You know, I just spent $3,000 this month on 4 repairs that I had to do, 1 plumbing and 3 whatever. That's the concept.
So were you expecting, Bill, and I appreciate your work that you've done putting this together. Obviously, we're coming to a point where we have been talking about it for 2 years, and thank you for that. Were you expecting us to digest this today?
Yep.
Or can we come back?
No, I want to come back. What I would like to do is come back with some suggestions. We can change it. Add a bullet, whatever, because then I want to incorporate that in an RFP and get it on the street as soon as we can. So that we don't miss the end of this month. I don't want to go past the end of this month without having end of February. I'd like to be able to select a contractor either on the 28th of February or the 2 meetings on the March date to get a contract in place.
And so with all due respect, what's the hurry?
There isn't any
This is
hurry.
the first we've seen of it.
Yeah.
I'd like to at least have a chance to digest the whole process and come back in our early
can do it
February
we can do
meeting.
it
I don't
mid-
want to
mid-month meeting.
drag it out, but I think if any of us came today and said, what do you think? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not asking to vote on
Oh,
this.
okay, that's what I was at.
No.
Can we
I said,
have
this
time
is
to
what
digest
the
this
proposal
and
here.
come back?
All I wanted to, this is a restart of where we ended up.
Right.
And
Okay.
the restart, I took the comments from the last meeting 2 years ago. And then updated it with what is better. And now take it and we can come back. I don't care if we want to do it in the middle of the month and, get some comments in and then let me consolidate that and we can look at it on the 15th. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm not trying to bog the process down.
No.
I just don't want to knee jerk react and say, I haven't, actually, I appreciate you going through it. And I did raise some questions.
Sure.
I had questions about the budget as well. And then one of the other things, and I think this is a Clint/you question, is what I really thought this was going to boil down to is under the prime contractor will, I thought it was really going to boil down to number 4. Now, that's what
Manage
I
and
was
coordinate all.
thinking.
Yeah.
And here's why. You've mentioned, just as an example, I'm not trying to hold you to it, the roof.
Mhm.
Well, we already have policies in place. If it's over $5,000, we have to put it out for bid.
Well, right, but all this is so that that guy. See, now we've got a team of contractors under contract now, and so what this can be morphed into, he has to come to us for something like that. We can decide to use this team for a major construction project, because that's what would happen anyway. It requires an RFP to be presented. And we deciding what it's going to be, whether it's a capital improvement project, or it could be a major cause of a catastrophic event like happened at the airport.
Understood.
See?
Yeah.
And so that now that we've got a contract in place with a guy that's already working those kinds of things for us, we can have him put the RFP together for us to go and get the bids with the contract world also for us. That was the thought here. So it actually, because the more I thought about it, the more it would be silly, because we're taking a major contracting force. I mean, the people in this county, the guy that's going to manage this would be most likely the ones that would be bidding on a major contract RFP anyway. So why not use that talent that we've already got under contract is the thought.
Okay,
To put an RFP out that we would have to approve. And it would go out for bids.
right. Yeah, I mean, I hope, maybe not in my time as a commissioner, but eventually. I believe this building needs an entire new roof.
Yes. And we can, and that's why the elective funds might be useful in the future. But see, Tom, that makes a whole bunch of sense, because it's gonna be hard to find somebody just to manage something for us for little minor stuff that take a couple minutes out of their day. They don't make a lot of money on it. And we may not, if they look at this as a bigger deal where for major projects that we could have, I mean, a roof may need to be replaced on a tin roof out the airport, or, different things are gonna come up. That gives this guy, he's gonna be the one that, it's not a retainer now. We're paying him to do a job,
So
management job.
he's not gonna get, just like you said, he's not gonna be paid a retainer to be on call.
No,
Okay. Yeah, I'd like a chance to go through here, think some things through. I just made some quick notes. How do we quantify this prime contractor having established relationships? How are you gonna know that, other than him tell you?
that's exactly why you have the bidders conference. They have to give, and I've done this before on other contracts in the world. They put together their resume of
Okay.
what they do. And I personally have, and I know you too, Tom, the contractors around here. There's some good ones. There's some guys that are doing gutters. There's guys that are doing pouring concrete, a lot of different kinds. Each one of those guys have their own contacts that they prefer, that they go to. Some of the best builders, they have references on houses that have been built in the valley, or buildings, commercial buildings as well. That they can send us, here's what I did, here's the project I did, and here's the people that I worked with, and these are the people they have to present to us their subcontractors. Those 4 A-team players are gonna say, I'm teaming up, and I'll be calling Huff Electric, or I'll be
So
calling.
does that need to be in here, that they need to provide us a list of their subcontractors
When the RFP will be. And
on anything?
yes, and they would, that would be part of the downstream when we put a RFP out. A prime contractor means the guy that's managing his subs, and he puts that team together to present to the government to, here's what I'm gonna do, and here's who I'm gonna call first. Doesn't necessarily mean that subcontractor would be the only one, because they usually have, if that guy is really tied up, even though they know this is an essential thing, timeliness is essential to us. They can go to their second string on the electrical contractor couldn't do it, this other guy can. So they, in the process of their putting together their bid for this job, they would make sure they had a list of contractors that they've already worked with when they come to us, and they can present that to us in a bidders conference.
So I added that in here. Show us a list.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Of your-
provide a list of subcontractors.
Right.
Potential.
Yeah, you
They
have
may
to have
not-
that, because otherwise you just you're looking at just that guy, and he can lie through his teeth and say, I've done this for years, and he's gonna prove it to us.
But, and again, and more digestion, so let's say it's Billy Bob's the prime contractor. He wouldn't have to give a job to a subcontractor if he could do it himself, correct?
That's that, I wanted to point that out, because yes, true.
He could.
Generally, a GC, that's what if there's some good guys up here that do that for a living. And they have the licenses to do that, and that a good manager, and that's what you really want, somebody that's focused on the bigger picture. But that's not to exclude a guy, and probably more than 195% of the time, it would be a general contractor that does construction, that frames a house, and then he goes to the trades, because then he's got a list of his own trades guys. That's who he'd be working with, and that's probably possible. And he could also do that work. But we'll see what they come up with. I'd be happy with if it was a guy that he sees this as a great part-time job to manage these subcontractors and watch them and just turn them loose on the jobs. That'd be a great thing for another job in the county to have.
So currently I am the
You're the maintenance guy.
buildings and grounds person on this organizational chart. Does that go away?
Not now, but I talked to Clint about this yesterday, because in fact, it probably should. in the future. But you notice right now, it has nothing to do with mowing grass or plowing
Okay.
snow or maintaining other things.
Okay.
So we
And-
leave that alone for now.
And so does this prime contractor answer to any one commissioner, or is he gonna have to answer to all three of us?
He works for all three of us, but.
I
the
said
point-
answer to, who's he
the
gonna go
point
to
of
to get his
contact would
answer?
be you. That, and the answer would be, this really is, we gotta bring it to the board
Yeah,
for a
we
vote.
gotta-
Or,
The board action.
here, yeah, you're right. You had a problem over there when you're repairing the carpet, and I think you're right. You're gonna help him just like you do now, and managing within the budget he's got.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if it's within the budget, shouldn't be an issue. If it goes outside the confines.
Then,
of the
yeah, you think,
budget,
come on, let's get it back here, and we got, and boy, this leaks so bad, we're gonna have to get more money out of the general fund to do it, or from affordable housing.
Yeah, and I think the spirit is in here. I don't want to get into what we did with search and rescue. They
No.
did the work and now they
See,
want more.
if that, boy, we got lucky there, because that's a liability that you gotta be careful of, and in fact. That could have happened, and this guy they know these guys, this is a real world issue. Mold is a big deal across the whole state. Get it in the walls, and you gotta get the right guy in there. And these guys in the contract will say, he's gonna be evaluated on how well he does efficiently manage this budget. And professionally get things done quickly for us. And that's one of the reasons you wouldn't want to have another approach that we could have done was allow this general contractor just take 10% of the trades piece of the action, but then you're incentivizing them to charge the county more money.
Have you had a discussion about this with any contractors? Have you got?
I did.
any input?
Yes. But I wanted to get more after this meeting, what I was gonna do. I've got several people in mind that I want to make them aware of this because they need to bid on it and make them understand where we're headed with it. I just got some ideas from several general contractors that I know and said, here,
Yeah, and just for clarification, your last sentence there, bidders conference will be held. You're talking about
before.
any prime contractor that wants to submit a bid to be considered the prime contractor.
That's right. The prime, that's what you hire the prime contractor and everybody else comes along with it. You're hire, it's even on normal RFPs where you just have one contractor, you can have a bidders conference so they better understand the requirements that we're really asking.
Correct. And you're just talking about the prime
He could bring-
contractors at that.
You're right. It could be the primes only. It could be they might bring
They could bring some
electrician, they could bring in
resources,
his team they can bring.
Those prime contractors are who we would be doing the bidders
Yes.
conference with.
Yes.
He might have two or three
He
guys.
may have
with
two
him,
of his
but-
guys with him. Yeah.
But
He would be the
John
guy
and-
signing on the dotted line for the
John and
contract.
Bill and Joe are the three that show up. If we select one of them,
Right. And
we're
then they,
selecting who their crew is too,
That's-
basically.
that's true.
Okay. Yeah, all right, it looks good. Again, I've got a couple other questions, but
let's get it, chew on it and we can wait till the 15th if you guys, depending on what you get back. and we can get-
The insurance, the prime contractor.
They have to be insured, yes.
yeah, and then
That's in there also.
you have licensed in there twice, licensed as a general contractor and then be licensed and bonded. I would assume the license portion, that's the same.
I think it's the same.
So maybe that third bullet could go up and
Well-
say be licensed and bonded.
Well, there's a difference though, a general contractor's license is different than just being licensed as a contractor. They have the ability they have to know much more and they have the ability to pull permits for any of the trade. So it's a bit different, or certified that we can wordsmith that.
Okay. Good.
So when would we like to come back and visit this list? Because this, we'd need to approve this.
Yeah, I want to approve enough.
Or a version of this before we did the RFP,
That's
and then the
correct.
RFP would have to be approved.
That's
Before
correct.
we submitted it, for bids.
And that's why I wanted to have it, if we could get some action on this next week, and you guys get comments, it shouldn't be that hard, but.
Okay, do you have this electronically?
Mhm.
Can you send that to us and then,
It should
You
be,
got it.
it's on your,
You got
in
it.
your packet.
oh, it was?
It's
Yep.
under F.
Oh, I see it. Okay. And
So
what about the list of the buildings?
I thought I just.
Okay, I'm just asking. I don't know. I haven't even looked at my computer.
Let me
I do see
pull
the
that list up because. I wanna
Proposed
mention
on-call.
something.
So really,
there is,
Here.
she's got that in here.
So here's what it looks like, and most building, here's the thing,
county building list. Got it.
So,
it's got Wetmore. I mean, what I learned on here, it's not there's some land on here, there's the land down in Wetmore in the bottom is where the Lone Pine used to be. And then the other thing that's unique here is that the fairgrounds, we own the building, we maintain the buildings, but the Saddle Club owns the ground
Correct.
or the under, just so you know. And the sheriff's training area is where they do the fire junk. That's not a building. That's out on Lake Louise Road where they on the left side and get out there.
so I would recommend probably, and you guys give me your thoughts on this, and I would say we probably should meet on, get our questions and everything and try to iron this out on one of our first two meetings, so either the 7th or 8th of February. So that we could move forward with an RFP, because even if we
I would
approved
like to
it
do
at the
that.
15th, if we approved an RFP on the 15th.
Yeah,
2 weeks from there is actually the first of,
and that would be great because we can do a bidders conference on the 24th after the 15th, and we could be in time to open,
well, we would need, you've got to post it for 2 weeks before you have a
Right.
bidders conference, right?
Right, so the 2 weeks before would be 1, 2 would be the 17th or the 24th. Well,
So,
into the
If you
17th.
don't develop an RFP till the 15th,
Yeah, so it'd be 2 weeks after that.
2 weeks after that would actually be the 1st of March before you could actually have your
Bidders
meeting,
conference on
your
the,
bidders conference, and you couldn't award the contract
Till the middle of
until
March.
the middle of March.
that'd be
So,
okay.
So a couple comments. I think we ought to add the recycle center on this list as well.
Fine.
Um,
But you're right, it should
and
be.
then I had a question early on. You said leased buildings.
Public
We're not-
health is there.
Yeah, we're not really leasing that. We're just renting that space from
Well,
them.
I should say,
So we'd have to look at that rental agreement. I think.
we've already
we-
repaired stuff over there, didn't we? Didn't we put a
Well,
door in and?
I'll
Yeah,
upload
that
it.
was,
I'll
pardon?
upload it, I have it.
What's
This
that?
agreement.
Yeah, part of that was a gentleman's agreement that we would do the work to keep the lease price down for the
Yeah.
first year. But I think
So he's.
the lease agreement, he does the maintenance repair on that.
Well, that's
building.
great, and we don't have to worry about it.
It can still be on here. We just have to look and see what that is. If he's not gonna do lawn mowing and that kind of thing, how's come the land in Wetmore? What was the thought there?
That was Jennifer screwing up. You caught her.
You need to rein that in a little, Bill, if she's doing your work. I can't be responsible.
The only other thing is that I just had those as addresses and I
Okay.
never.
That's all.
And
We went through that yesterday and
And then,
and
just as a friendly reminder, because I don't want you to hear this from anyone else. Lockhart is H-A-R-T.
I
Not
didn't even
E-R-T.
prove that. I knew that.
it probably did an autocorrect. I don't know. So
And
you
Tim
know,
Harmon is not any part of landfill. We need to clean that up.
Well, that was the.
I'm looking at your county
recyclables.
building list.
yeah, it was just a contact, but the recycle has the same address.
Yeah, and. How do you know?
I pulled the county records.
Okay,
Um,
because I thought the bill for the electric was coming to a different address. That's the only reason I asked. I'm
well,
not trying to be smart.
Bill
They
and
split it.
what I
Meters.
just pulled the tax assessor records. with addresses. So
Hmm.
whenever I pulled all of the Custer County owned properties, these are the only ones that actually had physical addresses. There were lots that don't have addresses yet because they're not developed. So,
Yeah, what do you
And
think,
probably
Kel?
because that is a big piece of land out there with two separate things on it.
Right.
JD has addresses for both of them. It's just not gonna come up on his website.
Yeah, I'll bet that's true. There.
So we ought to. I
And so
never even
this
thought
one-
about that. but
yeah,
I
it's
looked into
just,
that.
it was a rough draft
Yeah,
to
okay,
get an
that's fine.
idea.
That's fine.
Yeah, this was just for
Um,
discussion.
Are we missing something? I know you guys have gone over this. I can't think, the sheriff's shooting
We got,
range.
I went through
I don't
that
know.
too. I saw the shooting range out there. There's a trap house that they're putting in at the landfill where they practice stuff too. And the shooting range. You know, no building.
Really, respectfully, maybe there should be two training areas, because the fire training is out there.
that's why, that's. what
Sheriff's training is at the landfill.
Right, and that's why,
I know, I'm just giving you information.
Well, and that's how it was listed.
Yeah.
I think on tax, I don't know.
you got it, the Lake
But we
Louise
do own
one,
the land.
516 County Road 241 is the fire and
Right.
training area on there. And then the other one is.
But this is also good general knowledge to know what buildings we're responsible for and what ones we aren't, so. Okay, very good.
Kind of off the subject, but I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of throw this out there since we were talking about that open space. Wetmore, I have been approached by someone who was wondering if the county would be willing to part with that property. I know what my opinion is, but I thought I would bring it to ask you guys if.
What the kingdom want,
You're
keep the
talking
picnic
about-
area.
You're talking about the land on the right-hand side as you're driving in,
It's the
Yeah, where
old
where
loan.
the point of interest signs are.
behind that.
Yeah.
Between there and the building,
That's, yes,
nothing on the left side, right? We don't own any of that creek bottom.
You go to the center of the
Well,
creek.
It actually goes
to the center
on
of
both
the creek.
sides of the creek.
So
coming in.
easement.
So
But,
it would be basically where the Lone Pine property.
Right.
Yeah.
But I had JB pull it and actually the boundary crosses the creek and it goes to the other side
They're on the south of the church.
on the south of, from Lone Pine. Where it was coming south, as you go down the road into the library, it's on both sides.
Yeah, so that'd be south of the church.
South.
The
South of,
parking and-
yes, and south of the highway, actually.
Yeah, so, yeah. I'm gonna just assume by the reactions of the
Well-
parties here that,
Keep the scenic look.
it'd have to be worth a lot of money for me to be supporting to sell it, because God knows what would go in there, right? Slaughterhouse.
the
Or
one
a
that was
or a
approaching me
marijuana,
was-
it's a marijuana infirmary is what I've heard they want.
Church.
So.
You know, I'd be willing to have a conversation, but it is nice to drive down through there and see it. Believe their ass, but
That's all I got.
Okay, so that was kind of off subject, so are we good with revisiting this on the 7th or the 8th and then
let's
this
decide,
commit?
yeah, let's decide which day.
Do it the 8th because that gives us time.
Let's do that on the 8th, and I'm good with that. That's our second day of meetings, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I think that will take care of this today, and then we can move forward on that time. Next item would be consideration of IGA for Vermont Tower.
I asked to put that on. I can take that lead if you want, sir.
Pretty good.
Thank you. Should have. G, document G is the Vermont Tower IGA, and. So that you know, this. Is the current IGA that's in place.
It's outdated and it needs to be changed. Let me tell you the most significant change. I may have to go to my working copy. Yeah. Okay, here it is, number 7, item 7. In the event of an emergency or disaster that renders either of the repeaters inoperable and unreliable, then the Wet Mountain Fire Protection District is hereby granted authority to take immediate action as required by this circumstance. They no longer want that responsibility. That's the biggest change here. Then the last page, page 4, the signatures, I have started to reword this document to take out the name and just put in the position and have a printed name and a signature name line above that. So that if the chairman or the president of any of these documents change, we don't have to reprint the whole document. We can just print out an existing document and have a new people sign it. So those are the two big deals. There's language in. Then do you have a copy of this in front of you? If you don't, that's fine. I'm just asking. Okay. All right. Somewhere in here it says that this agreement will be in effect until, there it is, number 9. This document shall be reviewed annually. That has not been happening and shall be considered automatically renewed unless one of the parties petitions 30 days prior to the renewal date. And so that's what prompted the fire department to say, we want out. They don't want out of the agreement, they want out of the responsibility of having to deal with it. Which poses a great question to us, right? And I don't know the answer to that question. And obviously the question is, if not fire department, then who? Well, guess OEM.
Yeah, why not?
As a former road and bridge guy, that didn't take you long to jump on, did it?
If something is rendered inoperable and you need something done post haste on something, that would fall under Office of Emergency Management. We're talking emergency situation here.
I don't disagree with you, sir. I just thought you might at least consider the old days when Road and Bridge took care of all these towers, but apparently that's not the case now.
On general maintenance on some of these, that might be prudent.
Yeah, I
It's
don't
like,
disagree
well,
with you,
to
sir.
get the repeaters taken care of,
I know.
TV stations now. I'm back to hearing nothing from those.
Which definitely is would be a whole new mode of operation. I'm not disagreeing with you. I think you're probably right. However, are we all equal partners in this? And if we are, then how does the clinic and the school and fire, how do they just wipe their hands and say it's not us?
Last line is payment for such emergency repair shall be set as set forth in paragraph 5, C and D. Which
Last
is
line of what, sir?
the last line of that particular paragraph, number 7.
Oh, 7. Sorry, I was back up at the top. Gotcha,
And
yes.
so if you go back to 5C, if no dispute exists or if a dispute has been resolved, then Wet Mountain Fire Protection District shall make the necessary arrangements for that. So that would change.
That would change, yes.
And upon receipt of all associated bills and invoices related to said work shall submit invoices to all the parties to this agreement for their 1/5 share.
So agreed. And I'm wondering if one of these entities takes on the maintenance of that. that should absolve them from their 1/5. A thought.
Unless there's no maintenance.
Yeah, there needs to be a deep dive here. I don't know, Kelly, do you, we're paying a lease on a tower somewhere. And I don't know if that's Vertimont. I thought it was.
We're paying on Vertimont, but the ones up here on,
Lookout Mountain. Yeah. Because Sangre de Cristo Electric donated that tower to the county. On Lookout Mountain.
That's different.
But I think it was last month, there was a invoice for
I think
tower
we
lease.
do, I just am not sure the amount.
So we just need to dig into that, yeah, and I think historically, we've invoiced those other entities for that. I don't know if it's the beginning of the year or the end of the year, I've lost track of it, to be honest. Are you seen anything or since you've been on? Okay. Doesn't surprise me.
I mean, we haven't been collecting rent.
Yeah, no.
so.
So I will I just want to get this on the table. I'll go through and work this, and then I really believe we need to get these people at the table and have a proposed document for them, but hammer it out and revise it if we need to. But I'm not gonna chase down 5 entities to try to figure out all the wording. I'd rather do it in a meeting with all 5 entities, having a representative capable of making decisions there, right?
Well, you'll do a workshop, you know, they don't have to make decisions, just get it to wording and then go vote on it.
Yeah,
afterwards.
but I'm saying
Yeah.
if the school's
Somebody-
the janitor, that ain't. gonna do
No, they
anything.
gotta send
We need
somebody
a
that
decision maker.
gotta be part of that.
Yeah.
Ultimate vote.
So comments, thoughts about that?
So what brought this up?
Fire department called me and said, we're no longer gonna be the go-to on this.
Have they
Their
been
board
wasting a lot of
voted.
time doing it? Or they just? I haven't heard that anything was ever broken out there, to
Oh.
tell you the truth, except
Yeah,
twice
he's
I've
replaced the
heard
motherboard twice. I believe county paid for that.
lightning strike or something.
Yeah, I think it was. I think we paid. for
I
2
remember hearing
motherboards.
about
We
that.
never billed anybody.
Ours it had to do, one of them had to do with just regular maintenance. It
Right.
didn't happen, and that caused it to fry.
We'll fix it if it works.
So,
now it needs to be-
and I don't, do you remember we were talking like $1,800 or something? I don't remember exactly. And it doesn't matter, but we do need to get this back up out of the closet and deal with it annually, so we can bill if that's the case. I'll bet you we bought those 2 motherboards
So,
and never got reimbursed.
but if we gotta move on here because Clint has a limited time for his executive session.
Well, I thought-
Time.
I thought you meant limited time.
That's what I mean. So,
If you guys are
Just do it.
okay,
Go
I'll keep
do it.
hammering away on it and.
Yeah, then I think if you bring something to us, throw both documents at us, so we got.
Yeah.
Are all these entities still participating?
Yes, they're still
see
legally,
their signature on the back,
they're still legally in this agreement
gives a
because
five.
it automatically renews, Clint.
All right.
And the fire department's the only one that has quote unquote objected or caused it to be reconsidered, so. And that's,
What is the hospital district still using it or?
oh yeah, that's where their ambulances run off of. Yeah. So Vernon says, that rascal's listening. Vernon says we lease the land from the BLM. And so we just need to clear up some language and then have this in a living document, not one that's parked in a closet somewhere. So I'll move on with that.
Okay. Next item, consideration of Kathy Rice as the interim Custer County Recycles Board member until new West Cliff trustee is appointed.
Yes,
So how does this work? They have their board, they select their people, we ratify it or what are
Correct.
we doing?
well, they bring their recommendations to us and that's what they're.
That's what this
doing.
is.
And but this is an interim thing. She and they understand that she's filling in until the town of West Cliff can select a permanent member of that board, so. To that degree, I would say I would move that we approve Kathy Rice as an interim board member for Custer County Recycle.
I'll
Board.
second it.
We have a motion on the floor to approve Kathy Rice as an interim member of the Custer County Recycles Board until a replacement could be named by the town of West Cliff. Any further discussion? No. Anything from the room? Not seeing any hands online. Those in favor of said motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Right,
Aye. Motion carries.
and could we direct our admin assistant to shoot them a note and tell them that's been ratified? The chairman, Wilson Jarvis,
Yes,
thank you, ma'am. Or you remind me and I'll do it, either one, I just don't want to forget.
and that isn't something that will be updated on our board list.
We gotta go to the board list keeper, because she does update that.
Well, she and I have talked,
Good.
but
Just fix it.
Yeah, and that's why it's nice to have that revision date on that list too, Raquel, so we
Yeah.
know the 3-year post.
Okay.
And are you aware of the people who went off of that board, Kelly?
No,
Okay, I'll get with you on that.
I think that whenever you ratified or whenever you voted, it removed those folks that you were talking about.
oh, when we did that in
Yeah, we
a couple
moved
weeks
them.
ago or
Yeah.
whatever.
The updated one, okay,
Uh-huh.
I couldn't remember.
Anything else, sir?
Not on that, so,
Next item, consideration of changing the November 9th, 2023 BOCC and move it to the November 8th. And have that as a combined meeting for staff reports.
I move we move the 9th of November, we combine the 9th of November meeting with the 8th and make it one meeting on the 8th.
on the 8th, I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor to move the November 9th meeting and combine it with the November 8th meeting on 2023. Any further discussion on that?
No, sir.
Anything from the room? See no hands online. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Right.
Aye, that motion carries.
May I ask a quick question, sir, that's sort of pertinent to this?
Yes,
I was going through the calendar. Miss Kelly, we have a BOCC meeting scheduled on the 15th of February. Which is also President's Day.
No, you must not have a most
Moved
updated calendar.
vacations.
Okay,
Because we had one on there and it got fixed. We fixed that, right,
I remember us having a conversation. So what is the fix? We are meeting on the 15th.
No, that's a Monday.
That's a Wednesday.
that's a
Oh,
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
That's our mid-month in what?
And
I
I guess the first question is the President's federal holiday, right? President's Day.
But it falls on February 20th.
Oh,
Used to be,
Yeah.
that's right.
President's Day is usually a Monday, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
February the
might be
15th.
thinking of another one because it was a Monday one that we had fixed, so that one is okay.
Yeah. And here's what screwed me up. In my phone, on my calendar,
It's indigenous.
in February, I clicked on February the 15th. And it scrolls up and says President's Day, but it's February 20th up at the top, and I missed that.
Oh,
So we're good. So we're meeting on the 15th. We're on holiday on the 20th, right? That is one of our observed holidays. Okay.
Okay, so we're good on that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Alrighty. Consideration of planning and zoning rates for patios and decks. I saw
We have that
Dorothy in here earlier.
want me
uh,
to-
Do we require her to be here? Or
Let me see if she's on. She is not. We could call her. I'm sure that's why she was here.
Ooh,
And hold on, file upload.
while waiting
She
on,
also had some notes. Let me.
Why don't you give her a call, and while we're waiting on her, why don't we go ahead and.
All right,
I
thanks.
thought you were gonna say.
She's on her way over.
Break.
No,
No,
why do we need a break?
Want to transfer the bucks while we're doing it?
Let's do the transfer real fast.
okay.
Uh,
Did you need a
okay.
copy?
No,
Here she is.
well, never mind. We'll go ahead and take care.
that was quick. I
She
like
ran
that.
in?
If you need one, I'll give you one.
No, you were early last.
I know.
Let's just officially
I got
welcome
Paul
you.
on the phone. Good.
Good.
Thanks, Steve.
Haven't seen you lately.
Yeah, I know. I don't have a computer, but I threw some things together. Just to kind of give you guys an idea of what the impact will be.
Okay. Well, let's see, we gotta find that bad boy. Dorothy's notes,
Yeah, they're working on my computer, so.
so E and J. Is that right? Is that what you said?
Mhm.
E and J
Yay.
and E.
Oh, I messed up.
Not
I
a-
changed that.
How many times are we gonna hear that?
That's my fault, because I brought it in
So we
late, so.
are on J, all of it.
E and J.
Well, it's actually.
Not E.
I just changed it.
So right now, we're currently,
Okay.
charging $75 for every porch, deck, patio. And if they're all combined, say you have a wraparound deck, it's just flat $75. In order for us to keep our application process streamlined on iWork, it would be more beneficial for us to go square foot, charge by the square foot like we do everything
Mhm.
else. That way I don't have to have a separate application for the resident to fill out just for a porch, patio, or deck. The assessor's office already does measure, because a lot of times we don't get that information. So they have to go out and measure the decks, patios, whatever. So that they have the accurate information. And so this would probably work more efficient in the long run with them as well. And I kind of on the back did some
Quick question.
numbers yet.
I read that this is applicable if it's not a part of the original structure. Correct?
Yes,
Decks and balconies.
yes.
So if they're remodeling or adding on, then what we're talking about would apply.
They would need to come in and do an addition to their dwelling, and it would be charged by the square foot.
Okay. If it's not, if it's part of the original build, none of this would apply.
It would, because
Well, it'd go through the permit for the house.
correct, but currently, when it goes through the permit for the house, we add on
Oh.
$75. We add on $75 for each deck,
Okay.
patio, or whatever,
And would that stay in place or not?
No. she's
What we would
talking
do
about
is-
doing Square foot. on it.
is charged the
For
same
both.
amount, it would all be
Whether
the
it's
same.
Add-on or original?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So I did kind of do some calculations, to kind of show you. So right now, if I did a 4x4 deck, it's 16 square foot, it's $12. Is if we changed it to the square footage price. Opposed to $75. So it, and so on, a 4x6 deck is gonna cost 18, when you go up to 8x10, it's gonna be 60. The largest that I calculated out was the 16x24 is 288. So the larger deck, yes, it's gonna cost a little bit more, but if you're putting
Cost
in
4 times.
just a stoop,
A little bit.
okay,
It's a hunk of change.
Yeah.
That's as much as a house permit.
Could I ask a question on that, or kind of along those
it's not as much.
same lines? Well, it's the same square foot. You're
You're correct, you're
It's
correct.
not living. space.
Why would it not be the same as an open, say carport, an open structure, which is at 45 cents, because the deck is not
Not little.
enclosed, you've got an open end on it. Why would it not be?
A
at the
porch is,
same-
a lot of times a porch is enclosed.
Could be, oh, yeah, but we're talking about decks and balconies here, not porches, right?
It's porch, deck, balcony,
Okay, all right.
it's all of them.
The only reason we're a little sensitive,
Mhm.
we'll hear about it.
as will you.
And I understand that.
I get that. What is our square foot for a house? 60, or did we up that?
It's the same, 75 cents a square
Okay.
foot.
So I get that it would make sense. If it's part of your house, it's 75, but to these gentlemen's point. It's not living space necessarily unless it's closed in and it becomes a closed in patio.
Even if it's closed in and it's just a swing, it's not living space.
So what would you think
I like
reasonable?
that
60,
45 cents.
I don't know if I can do it on that. I have to see if I can do the application where part of the application you are charged one rate and the other part you're charged another rate.
Should be
That
able
was-
to, though, it's just, but is that just a change in the form, or is it too hard to change the form? What's the problem?
It's,
I work,
it's going to the online system.
Mhm.
So we get so many applications that we can do. And I want to get as many of our variances and the short-term rental on that platform as possible. And right now I have one of those forms being utilized for a deck, porch, patio. Because they can't add the $75 charge onto a regular permit.
But you can, instead of saying.
So they-
75, just go ahead and gotta have a separate form, just calculate it at 45. Why not?
she's saying it won't.
I was just trying to get away
interface
from
with
having to
iWorks
do
very
two
well.
separate
Just two
applications.
So what about,
But listen, it's all about, we serve the public and it's customer service,
Mhm.
not what's easy for us necessarily. And so it's to do this, I mean, to charge that much. Well, just to have another form is not a lot of act, that customer would gladly fill that out to save $400
Okay,
on a big day.
a 4x4 stoop that you're putting out there is going to cost you $75 and now it only costs me 12.
It's the same. You know, that's the way it is. I mean,
Okay,
what if a person builds a house, has an extended roof line over their front door?
that's considered a porch. If it's
Wow.
poured with concrete.
No
So it's
kidding.
$75 for that little extension. Even if it's
On a new
2x2, yeah.
build.
And we are one of the only counties that does not charge by the square foot on that.
Well, I think it makes sense to charge by the square foot. I think
I don't think it
75 is
should
a
be at
little
the
high.
housing rate, though.
I don't think-
Okay,
I could see it being the same as an open accessory, because 90% of those are gonna be open accessory, they're gonna be open.
What would a gazebo, freestanding gazebo, is that a accessory structure, not attached?
I have.
9-foot round, it doesn't cost you a dime.
Yeah, as long as you stay under 100 square foot.
Just say-
And is that gonna stay in
Put it around,
place?
it's only 27.
Yeah.
That's the
um,
other question I had. What if it's
Big
under a
type
hundred
of
square feet?
Square feet.
Power
Nine,
square.
if it's 9 foot,
So if it's 4 square feet or 36
36.
square feet, you're gonna pay
Cheap.
that, whatever that price is.
No, it's, if it's not connected to their dwelling. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm asking you two different questions.
Okay.
So let's talk about the gazebo detached.
Okay.
If it's under 100, do they have to pay for it?
No,
If it's over, it is. They
yes,
do. Okay, now let's go to the 4x4 porch is 16 square feet. That's under 100 square feet. Do they have to pay for that?
yeah, because it's attached to your dwelling, it's part of your dwelling.
that square foot, it's
And a lot of our decks, patios, porches fall within the first three line, the 4x4, the 4x6, and the 8x10.
Because I would have guessed when you start talking those balconies, I would have guessed it's probably the last two.
Some of them,
Uh,
the big condominiums, yeah. And we can keep it like it is. In order for us to do it on iWork, it's gonna have to be a separate application. And I believe even if it's at 45 cents versus 75 cents, it's gonna have to be a separate application. I was trying to make it easier for them because I think a lot of them won't take that extra step to do the or not understand that they have to do that.
Which I think is weird for iWorks.
I don't disagree.
Because they can't customize that a little bit to not have to do 2 applications. I don't know. I've
Yeah,
never
I
even
don't get
looked at
that either. It
it. So
could
I
be an
don't,
attachment.
I-
an appendix
have
or
any
whatever.
I completely agree with you that I was a little,
So who do you ask? How they,
I've been trying to work with them and that's what I'm being told right now. So when you look at it, we have 3 options and one of them is the deck patio porch. And it, to me, that's silly for our residents have to go through and do another application just for a deck patio porch.
so you said one of the options is deck patio and porch as an additional or included
It's a
in.
separate,
still
total
have to
separate
be
application.
That's, if I'm telling you, as a landowner or a house builder and living it, I would be happy to fill out my address twice.
Okay,
But as the
Then we
county
can do that.
commissioner, it irritates me that cannot come up with. a
Better
solution
answer.
to this. And here's the other.
That's why I say
thing that irritates me,
ask.
I'll just be honest with you. So we have to restructure our rates because iWork doesn't.
See, that's why I think we can't do that.
I struggle with that a little bit.
Why can't we-
I feel your pain, kiddo, I do.
Give me a phone number. I'll
Yeah.
complain as a
it's like,
commissioner.
oh,
I really,
I'll get you
I'm
one.
serious.
Then we'll be. looking for
They,
your company
they,
next
they,
week.
they gotta know that people will care. Otherwise, they're just right, that they're form Nazis or something. They don't understand the impact, unintended consequences.
Maybe there isn't a solution to that, but it just from the high altitude, I'm with Bill, it's like, come on, you guys, this is a freaking company and we're paying. you.
How in the
Come on,
world
so-
can't they throw the carriage on the old typewriter and come up with appendix A for decks, patios and whatever, same.
They, and you said there were
Doesn't make
3
sense.
options. What's the others?
uh.
More
um,
complicated
test.
than that?
It's the accessory buildings and then dwellings.
Oh,
So we have
So
two
those are
separate,
your 3,
correct,
and they're all 3 different
three
applications.
separate applications.
Makes sense.
So,
Well, I
Okay,
think I can understand if you wanted to modify by charging by the square foot, but I would not support doing it as a dwelling. I would be way more inclined to go with the same rate as what the accessory building.
how long is
accessory building 75 cents too.
How long is I work?
But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I would, at
Relatively.
the open rate.
Gotta be out long enough. People,
2011, I think.
2011?
I have to look,
2011.
Bill, it's been a
Oh,
while.
my God.
It's been a while since I looked at that.
Time,
I,
it's like Microsoft puts out a change, they let the public troubleshoot it by
Well, I think when
complaining.
we
You'd
Google
think
it,
there'd
it
be
was-
plenty of complaints on this.
They've been-
2011, yeah.
it had been
So,
quite a
I
while.
Google them again if you want. but- Yeah, I just,
And I can come back to you later and say, okay, here, this is, iWork is gonna cost us X amount more. That may be what we have to consider if we want to keep it as is, and I'm fine with that too. I just, it
See what
was
they-
trying to streamline the process for those applying for a building permit.
I mean, if I come in and I'm gonna pay you X number of dollars to build a house, now you say, well, it's gonna cost you some more if you want any porches, decks or patios on it. I'm probably gonna yell at you.
Well, it may and it may not, though. Say I may have 2 8x10 patios. That's $120 if I do it by the square foot. If
Right.
not,
See, they're still paying for it though, today. They know they have to pay extra for the porch.
it's 150 if you do it.
Yeah, so just my ignorance, if I build a house, what am I paying that square footage on? The wall space, wall to wall or roof to roof?
Wall to wall.
It's the footprint of the building, not the roof. I could have 3-foot overhang, which I do.
Correct. And
That's not part of it.
if it's cemented underneath there, then that's considered a patio or deck. Or
And so I would pay, currently I would pay how much a square foot?
75 cents or $75 for
Okay.
that particular. And if you have 2, you have one in the back, one in front, and then it's double.
Glad I built when I did. Yeah,
But if you wrapped it around, connected it all, you can get it all for 75.
If you connect them, yeah.
wrap around porch, $75.
That's pretty tough.
Yeah,
Go complain.
I will. I'll do it again.
Yeah, I don't know, Carol, I sympathize with you, but just the concept of us having to change the way we do our business so we can match a form, I have a hard time swallowing
Okay.
that. I don't live in your office, but that's me.
I think the new way would be a positive to some, and it would be an cost more for others.
Yeah.
And, you know, you could argue it both ways.
Well, let's ruminate on it, huh? Unless you absolutely need an answer today.
I don't need an answer today, and let me go back to iWork and I'll try to give them
Well,
feedback from the meeting today and
get the old software and I'll see on it if you want. But he might cost you a company because he gets wound up.
it's okay. That may be what we need.
Yeah. Yeah, oh, man,
I'm good either way. I just,
All right,
so it would take 100 square foot patio to equal $75, right?
Only 10 by 10.
10 by 10, so. Yeah. If you run a covered length of a house, it's probably gonna be more than that, $75. It's not a money grab, is it?
that's not what I was looking at it from. No, and that's why I tried that.
The
I
public will
think,
be
like I
beating
said-
us up because that's what'll be perceived.
Well, it could be perceived as a positive by some too, because it's not gonna cost.
See
us
how many
money.
little porches there are out there.
so for the sake of conversation, I'll make it short so we can move on.
Yeah, we gotta go.
So say if somebody has a step out their house and it needs repaired or replaced, do they have to pull a permit for that?
No,
So if you're just fixing what's there or replacing it, you're good.
do not need to.
What
It's
about
already been
wiring
approved.
inside of an existing house? They're gonna rewire something.
Say that again?
Or wiring, some additional wiring in an existing structure. Do they have to get an electrical permit for that?
No,
No,
All right, well.
thanks for being
Go
attentive.
back and jog them people.
those are back in planning and zoning, and I thought I'd give them to you to, so they don't go to
Oh,
waste.
good. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I didn't want them to go to waste.
Good.
Well, I hope you feel like you've accomplished a lot.
I think I did. I know where you guys stand.
Good.
Thank you.
You go back and gnash teeth and go.
Another way to
"Oh,
look at
commissioners."
things.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item up would be item number K, consideration of transfer of $2,602.75 from the county general fund to the conservation trust.
I would so move, sir,
I'll second it. So
and I'm assuming one of these two ladies in the back knows what we're
This
doing.
is for interest earned
Oh, that's right. Interest.
for conservation trust
That.
from 22.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor to transfer $2,602.75 from the Custer County General Fund to the Conservation Trust Fund. Any further discussion here?
I made that motion.
I did.
And I believe Bill seconded.
that I did.
Any discussion in the room? Seeing no hands online. Those in favor of transferring $2,602.75 from the county general fund to the conservation trust fund signify by saying aye.
All right.
Aye, that motion carries. I assume you have one for me too.
No, I signed that one,
Oh, I see that.
but thank you.
I wanted to sign it if I
Very
had.
generous with this.
You were trying.
I want to make sure I dot my i's and cross my t's. Any additional items of business at this time?
I do, sir. And you're probably not gonna be thrilled with it, but I'll be okay with postponing it. I don't think we ever formally voted on the Conservation Trust Fund dollars. We went through a list, but I don't think we ever came to a decision, and we have people, I got one today asking me, what did you decide about our Conservation Trust Fund applications?
You never vote on that because it's part of the budget. So you
Yeah.
approved it with the budget.
Okay,
And
good.
then when somebody asks for it,
then
we go through
we
the
go
process.
through the process of sending them that
Okay.
form, they send us back the,
Good point. I don't think we dove into it as deep this year as we have in the past. Now, I could be wrong, but. Because we went and they
We
came
did.
through our hearings, right? One at a time.
They
This
did.
is what we want. We didn't do any of that this year.
If we proved it, we went through, there were some items on it. The
You have
budget,
something
We
to say
approved
on
the
that?
budget.
yeah, but it was in there, that,
Okay,
No, that's correct. We didn't have them come in as we have.
no,
No,
they didn't come in, they just, there was a list of things.
I just see.
I know we had a-
I thought you might.
I had a request and I gave it to Braden, Fair Board wanted, they hadn't gotten any word of it, and so they wanted to put their oar in the water for some of that. Because they don't- Yeah, no,
So I think part of the issue is.
I gave it to them.
I think those people were led to believe that they sent in an application they were gonna get funded.
Or considered.
No, funded. Not considered, automatically get whatever you ask for. And I don't like that. I wouldn't support that. I'm not saying I'm against any one of those entities, but what keeps them from throwing a dollar figure out? And then we talked about how much of that money we were gonna expend and how much we were gonna keep in reserve. I don't think we ever formally made a decision about that either. So I'm okay with postponing this, but probably not much past the 7th. Because these people are wanting to know.
Did anybody get any
Jennifer
money
should
or
have
did
a
it
list.
just sitting there, Braden?
But everybody asked. So I do have a list. You all reviewed it during budget.
Yeah.
You approved the amount you were going to budget for. But you did not individually tell me
Correct.
who the awardees are. And I was directed by, I believe, Kevin, to put it on the February 8th agenda for you all to line item approve the applicants.
Did the amount add up to what we budgeted or did it exceed it?
The amount exceeded the, what was budgeted. And so that's, and I don't have any other direction if you
And
want.
you've
me
got
to-
all of them, the requests.
I have all the requests,
So
they're
there you go.
all
We're good.
uploaded. The only question I have is, do you want me to send an invite to each of those entities?
No, I don't feel it necessary for that. You guys certainly have your opinions, but. That's why we have an
Yeah.
application, right? I mean, they fill out an application or a
No, they
form.
just send, and that's
Just
also.
think it may help.
We're gonna,
In the budget process, you all also discussed that we need to work on a better workflow for CTF. Because one, you had mentioned that you wanted to make sure it gets published, but we didn't have a date. You wanted to make sure there was an application, not just a letter. You all were going to also look at how you weigh out the applicants if it was over the amount. And then, with some of the entities that are within the county that are asking for CTF funds, that you all are responsible for that maintenance or you're responsible for that building. Do they get priority? Because then what it does is it takes away from the spending of county dollars for things that would qualify for a conservation. And so those were your discussions, but
so that's all the reason why, Tom, you would want to defend what they got. So
Correct.
we have no way to.
I was thinking we had an
prioritize.
application. Without it, I agree with you
You can't
100%.
prioritize it.
Yeah.
it's just a letter. And some of them wrote very lengthy letters, others said, can I get $100?
And
or whatever.
the point that she made with like the Fair Board, they want some for their roof. Well, it's a building that we have to be responsible for anyway, so the conflict that we wouldn't necessarily give them more, that might give them less. Depending, because there's other monies that they have, other people don't have that ability, and they might have a better reason to grant them their full request. Gotta hear
Yeah, I would agree that we're gonna do that during the meeting, or do we want to have a workshop?
I think
listen
it
to
should
them
be,
and then
I
decide
think we
in the
now
meeting?
need to listen to them
how
and
we
then
allocate it.
decide
I
at
would
another place. That meeting, we'd be wasting too many people's time in those meetings.
Now, just a thought, we're gonna dole out, these are lottery fund dollars, right? We're gonna dole that money out. Do we pick a day and say, if you want any of this money, you will be at that meeting on
Yes.
this day?
Yeah,
We're not gonna
otherwise,
make
We
23
can't defend
people
it if
happy.
we don't know it. That's
But
right,
I'm saying, we give them a date and that's the day we're hearing it.
Right.
You're not here, you don't get it.
right.
Cause that many
They gotta
people, we
know.
could be a week's worth of effort just trying to find a date that works for everybody.
No, you just gotta set a date.
Do you
They can
remember the
send,
budget was 45,000?
that was more.
And
When we get the budget alphabetized, then I'll start looking that stuff up.
so a question for you on that. Is a request letter. So if they have a request letter in and can't make that meeting, does that mean we automatically exit?
If they're.
Depends on what the request letter says, I guess. I
No, it
don't know.
depends on how we advertise.
We budgeted 52,300.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
52.3, okay, so. it's
So we just put it
like-
out. You all have a request in here, be here to defend yourself. If not, we're only gonna allocate that. It's not a priority apparently. And they can send somebody else.
To Kevin's point, this is a new process now, right?
But
We're
it's-
putting on another requirement for
But
them, but it's
it's okay.
52 grand.
Well,
for
that's
crying out loud,
okay.
right? So I agree with what you're saying, Bill. I don't disagree with it.
Okay.
And do we schedule, let's say for the heck of it, 5 minutes per and give them times?
Just the
'Cause
same
I
as
don't
we did with
know
the
that-
ARPA funds
I
or
don't
the
know that it's right
CTF
for them all
funds.
to come sit in a room and wait their turn. I think that's a little
If-
weird.
And if we're gonna do it on, I had it on the 8th. See, that's also where
Right,
report day, so that it might need to be on a different date.
yeah, I'm thinking now.
It would have to be a different date.
The workshop to hear those, the hearing on those CTF applications should be probably a different day.
Pick another day.
Can I make a comment?
You have to ask that guy. over
Yes,
there.
you may.
So. Do you want to change the process midstream? Because these people have already done their budgets and stuff last year and put in their requests prior to your budgets. Thinking that this is what we're gonna get, and that's why they're requesting it now. And so, do you want to do it midstream, or do you want to plan for
Well,
before budget
And-
this year?
and with respect, I don't think we're midstream yet. All we did was
Even though
ask
they
them if they want to
requested it.
request some money.
They never were
But you
told
did
one way or
let
the
them
other,
know that you're changing
but it never was granted though, Kelly.
so many,
They never got, you got your request.
I know,
You
but
put a
it,
request.
but you didn't let them know that I mean, that's how it's been for the past several years. We put in our request,
Right.
you guys approved the budget.
But we had
asked
you
for
in the
re-
room with the request too.
So,
Some of them.
Yeah.
to Kelly's point, here was a text I got today during this meeting. Sorry to bother, just need to confirm that the BOCC approved our request for conservation trust funds.
Who was it?
Not gonna say. So. I get what you're saying, and maybe,
There were a lot of reasons why we were late on the budget even, so I'm not too worried about it. It is a process. And it's you gotta be fair. You can't just,
well,
you throw it back out and they gotta defend it.
yeah, and this is Jennifer and I have had this conversation about that whole thing about being fair. There's nothing about this that's fair. This is a good old boy deal. If you know about it, you put your deal in. We've never advertised this to the community. It's just grown word of mouth. There's nothing fair about that. I don't like that process. I've voiced that once before. So if the hard line, if we said to them, you have to submit a letter and request conservation trust funds, and they did that, then the hard line is they're in the queue, right?
But there was no,
I know. So that's probably up to us then to take all those letters and decide what we're gonna fund. And keep it under 52.3.
The only
Whether
way
the
we
letter
can do
says
that
we
is to
like
get them to
$100 or
defend it.
not. Pardon?
The way we can do that is to know how to prioritize it.
Well, we would
I don't know what-
prioritize it based on the letters we look at.
Did the letters not have a description on?
I don't know. I haven't seen any of them.
I know one,
But. But Kelly, I think Kelly's right. It's a good point. They've done what we've asked them to do. That's why I said to you, we're adding another requirement. Is that right or wrong?
So
So can I add something, Mr. Chair? In my letter that I sent to the people who had received CTF funds, I did put in here that you will be notified of your award amounts after hearings and will submit your prospective expense items after January 1st of 2023. So,
We're still within that confines.
and so, but I believe that in that letter, it doesn't state that they are approved.
you say.
Right,
they were
Just
approved.
because they sent in a letter,
Right.
That's right.
that it is subject to you, the board.
and back to you, sir.
Sorry, I didn't find this sooner. In our budget, we have expenditures listed out by the entity and how much we had
That's right.
approved them.
And that total was 52.3.
52.3.
Do you have a remaining balance?
I'm sorry.
Do you have a remaining balance in CTF
52,
there?
30.
Yeah, nothing's been spent this.
No, I mean, if we expended the 52.3, what would our remaining balance be? Do you know?
For the
CTF fund.
fund as a whole should be 51,000.
See, that's why I asked, we added it up and that's what it was.
Yeah. I didn't remember that. That's so.
That would be remaining after this.
After, so at the end of 2023, plus what we ballparked is coming in for revenue, we would be at 51,000.
At the end of 23.
So we line item that during the budget.
How many entities? That's right.
Any chance we could look at that list again?
We
I
have,
can send it again.
it's already been approved.
Well, the way I remembered it was that those were the ones that you had put and earmarked in order to be able to create the budget. But I didn't read, because you all
It's the
didn't
same
tell me
thing,
to
right.
move forward to tell people they were awarded.
You all have your budget. the first budget.
Yeah,
It's page 42. Or electronic either way.
Just look.
All right.
Got a draft here. Let me see. Page 42.
Did you get it out of an email? Or
Yes.
let me go back.
It's on the website too.
Okay. Conservation Trust, yes, we have that.
And they're listed there.
They are listed individually. And we did discuss each one of those when we did
I
that.
remember discussing.
Hmm,
What email did you pull up?
It was an email from Braden sent, uh, 12/6/22.
12/6/20.
This 2023 draft budget.
Makes sense.
This is what was presented
Yes.
whenever you all talked and looked at it.
and that all adds up to 52.3.
Yes, it does.
So then where did the 73 come from? What's that mean?
That's how much total was requested.
So we had already trimmed 20 grand off of that. I just don't remember doing that.
I do.
Well, then, sir, I may have taken us down a rabbit hole, and to try to save grace here, I remove that we formally approve the expenditures for the 2023 Conservation Trust Fund awards in the amount of 52,300
So did we approve it? It's in the budget.
in the
But
budget.
we approved it, so we're approving. We did approve it. We approved the budget. So it's approved. We just haven't awarded, we just haven't given them.
I would be of the opinion that we took care of that when we trimmed it during the
I do
budget
too.
time and put it in the budget.
It's there and it's approved.
That's a question for you, Clint. So if we have drafted and worked this and put it in the budget as line items, do we need a motion now to do that?
I don't think so,
They all.
but I'll defer to Braden.
I would agree. I think since we didn't have just an expense line without names. If it were just an expense line without names, I would suggest we would have to.
Go
approve
in and
that
figure out how to allocate.
specifically, but since the names are in there, which I apologize, I. Had forgotten that it was listed that way.
Yeah, we made cases on every one of these. I remember
So I will withdraw, sir,
Kevin's talking about his library.
but I will not support this process again without putting out a formal notification to the community.
So I'm fix that next year.
So I think, yeah, we need to work on that process moving
See,
forward.
remember, the whole thing happened because Braden was in audits and things were happening and this got way behind.
Okay,
And
So that shouldn't happen again ever, even the rest of it. So,
And how many times can one entity apply and be fair? We got one entity put in 3 requests and we funded all 3 of them, not to the amount they requested, but. So I think we got some work to do on this CTF thing if we're really gonna be fair and transparent about it, but
This is all we
here's
had.
what it is. Hmm.
I think this is all we had. And it covered it all.
all right. Any other additional items of business?
Thank you for whoever you just did this to us. Thank you.
Public comment? Anything here in the room? Anything online? I see no hands. We're down to just internal people. That being the case, I will recess. This BOCC meeting at 1:16 p.m. or excuse me, I will entertain a motion.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a recess for 5 minutes.
Uh,
And then come back and then we'll go into executive session. Is that all right?
so,
That's my motion.
okay, second,
So
You all in
technically
favor?
we do have to vote, yeah.
signify by saying aye.
Right.
Aye,
5 minutes.
5-minute recess and then we'll come back. Well, I was waiting on you. It's now a minute past.
Oh my gosh.
All right, the time is now 1:23 PM and I will reconvene this BOCC meeting. And I would move that we go into executive session for the discussion of a personnel matter under CRS section 24-6-402 4F 1 and 2. I'm not saying pre-lane or however you say that. And not involving any specific employees who have requested discussion of the matter in open session. Any member of this body or any elected official, the appointment of any person to fill an office of this body or an elected official, or personnel policies that do not require the discussion of matters personal to particular employees.
Thank you, sir.
Do I have a second?
Yes, second.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor to move into executive session for discussion of personnel matter. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. At this time, I will recess the BOCC meeting and we will go into executive session.